Hello, everybody, and welcome to day two of the Fall Tournament 2026. We started with 8 players, and we have now whittled our way down to the remaining 4. And they are fighting for the prize here today, as well as fighting for their tickets to the World Championship in October. So, Orno, what do you think we're here to? What do you think we're going to expect today?
I think we're going to expect even better games than yesterday, some top level play. We've narrowed down the field to some very top level veterans, particularly in this match coming up with C versus 66 better. Hachiman as well, very seasoned. Saab Leo, however, a little newer to the scene, and we'll see if there might be an upset later on today.
Yeah, I think if you look at the quarterfinals here, we had Sai taking it 3-0 over Henry, 66 better, 3-1 over GG Master, Sablu 3-0 over Card, and then Hachiman versus Cyanold was the only really close match of the day, going all the way to Game 5. But we had the 3 most veteran players all winning their matches. And then the sort of wild card there was Card versus Sablu, who neither of which have a ton of previous experience. Um, so that's who we have in our final 4. Now, let's take a look at the first match that we're going to be covering here today, which was the top bracket, Sai versus 66 better. And I'll start by walking us through Sai's list as well as his sort of player card. So Sai here, I believe, has the most matches of anybody in today's tournament with 1,300 matches with a 72% win rate. So most matches, and I believe this might be the highest win rate of the players as well. Going 3-2 in Swiss, so barely making it in, but showing why he has made it into every tournament this year, why he is our reigning world champion. Favorite card Shiden, most played Japan. This guy knows what he is about. And he brought a somewhat different lineup. So let's take a look at his lineup. So first up, we have the Japan Anzac. Now, Japan Anzac, we've seen it a lot in the summer tournament. This is a slightly different version, running slightly different cards. It's more about the second Pioneers. But I don't know if we're going to be seeing a whole lot of this deck since it was banned in every single match yesterday. So let's take a look at his second deck, and that is going to be USA Anzac. And this is all about getting the front line and then just sort of using, again, the second Pioneers to buff these wide boards, as well as creating these wide boards with cards like USS Yorktown to sort of go out with all of these air units, get these huge boards, and then rush down the opponent. Then his third deck over here is a Britain Anzac deck, which we've seen everybody brought Britain Anzac, but most people brought Meteor. Sai is instead doing a somewhat more aggressive tempo-oriented deck that is going to be using Chain Home as well as HMS Formidable on these high health units to clear the board early, create these high attack units, and then again rush down the opponent before they can really do anything. And then last but not least, there is a German deck, and unlike the rest of the field, Sai has brought Germany Anzac, really liking the Anzac, and again, this is a very aggressive deck. It is basically Anzac Heinz. It is doing similar things as the German Finland with Front and Homeland, but again, Anzac ally, and it's going to be all about speed. So Sai bringing a fairly aggressive lineup across the board, choosing to focus more on tempo, whereas other players have gone slightly more control, as well as not being afraid to do things differently. And now let's take a look at his opponent, 66 better.
Great, so with 66 better, we have favorite card Raiding Brigade, another Japan enjoyer. Total matches 932, 69% win rate, which is up there in what we've seen from the win rates of the top 8. Now, if we take a look at the deck lists for 66 better, we will see, first off, the deck that gets banned, Japan. Moving on, we have Fast Heinz with Finland ally. This deck yesterday in a few matchups was a little slow to start. We'll see if this deck picks up a little bit in performance today. Then we have US Anzac aggro or mid range. Um, Using the Dingo, USauce, even Patton for very potent potential starts. And finally, we have this Britain Anzac with Meteor this time. So if we're able to see the Britain mirror match again, we might see that Meteor grow very, very large, or we might see a reversal from what we saw yesterday, and maybe the more board centric Britain will be able to win it out. We will simply have to see.
All right, now, let's see if we have the bands ready here. I suspect that there's not going to be too much surprising here. Both players banned Japan. This is what we've seen all tournament long. With the remaining decks, they have the same nations, and they have the same nation combinations in 2 out of the 3 decks, but they are somewhat substantially different, at least in most of the ways that they're built. So, who do you would you give the edge here in terms of deck lists?
I think it's incredibly close, but I would narrowly give the edge to 66 better. I think, particularly if you're able to find that Britain Mirror matchup, having the Meteor is really helpful. I also think the Meteor is positioned okay into most of the other decks. I think if you're able to guard up, which obviously Britain is pretty powerful at doing, then you really have a good chance in most of these matchups to just have an inevitability that isn't really provided anywhere else in these lists.
I would tend to agree. I think 66 better. He's bringing definitely the sort of standard, most common lineup that we saw both in today as well as for the most part in the qualifiers. But Sai is doing something different, and sometimes doing something different pays off. Sometimes it doesn't. Certainly, it seems to have paid off against Henry, who we beat 3-0, and Henry had a fairly similar lineup to 66 better. But we also saw Henry make a few mistakes that made it easier for Sai to get past him in such a dominant fashion. And 66 better, we saw not make those types of mistakes in his win to get to the semifinal. So um, if 66 better is able to sort of put on as good of a performance as he did in the last round, I think this is going to be much harder for Sai. And I think, at least on decks, I would give the edge to 66 better. But I mean, Sai, time and time again, has shown that he's able to win these tournaments, make it to the finals, do deep runs in these tournaments. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Sai sort of has sort of just an intangible edge over his opponents at the moment? Because he seems to be winning everything at the very least.
Well, there is something to be said, certainly, about having something different to what everybody is most practiced against to sort of create those situations where maybe your opponent's more likely to make a mistake because they don't have 100, 1,000 games versus the matchup that they were expecting. So I think that, that might be part of what Sai has going for them. Um, and I think clearly Sai also is just a very good player who calculates far in advance. And I think in most games, he is probably a step ahead of his opponents, simply put.
Yeah, it is true that it's it's not very easy to play the correct thing every single turn, but a lot of these players are able to do the correct thing every single turn, but it's sort of that extra step is oftentimes knowing the exact sort of game plan against their deck from turn one, and then maybe it will cause you to play a turn slightly suboptimally, but it's because you're thinking, well, I know in this matchup, 5 turns down the line, 10 turns down the line, I'm going to need this other card for a specific situation. So I will make a suboptimal play, quote unquote, now. And I guess that is really sort of the difference between a great player and the best players. But 66 Better has been around the block. He's won tournaments. He's made deep runs very consistently for the past 3 years at least, I think. So 66 Better has not had the same performances this year as Sai has, but I think he also has it in him to sort of make those sorts of decisions when it comes time to do it. And we are just getting our players here all situated, making sure everything is ready to go. So we're talking about Side 66 Better. Something that's interesting is Sai clearly brought the most unique lineup to this top 8, but it's somewhat similar to Hachiman, and that those two seem to have very clearly worked together. They brought 4 very, very similar decks. Whereas the rest of the field sort of went with the most common decks, the most popular decks on ladder, the most popular decks from the qualifiers. Um, do you think that sort of having a close practice partner, not that the other players don't have practice partners, but having a close practice partner where you both sort of work together to do something different from the rest of the field, what sort of dividends does that pay off for these types of events?
Well, I think it's huge to have a practice partner who is also a player who consistently makes it into these tournaments. Or, maybe they get knocked out in the Swiss round and then you're practicing with them, but maybe next month, they make it through the Swiss and you don't. Um, just having somebody who is on that similar level to keep you from getting complacent, I think is really huge. And it also acts to make sure that, you know, you don't expect to have like a 60 or 70% win rate in every matchup just because, you're playing at a higher level than your practice partner, which is a huge issue when you are going against the best in the game.
Yeah, that's true. These players can take a bad deck onto ladder and have a 70% win rate. That doesn't give you particularly useful information for a tournament. But we are getting into the games now. Sai on top with his German Anzac Hein, 66 Better on the bottom, starting on Meteor. This is going to be a relatively important matchup, I think, for Sai. I think Sai needs to be able to get a win on this Germany deck. And in my practice matches, I feel like this German Finland Heinz is just slightly less consistent than the this German Anzac Heinz is slightly less consistent than the German Finland Heinz.
Yeah, particularly in this matchup, I would say that having the Finland minor here would be more effective, in my personal view. That doesn't mean that, the deck is just better, but in this particular matchup, I think that it is.
Yeah, the big benefit is Sai has 7 forecasts in his deck, and forecasts are able to generate card draw. They're able to generate value that can stretch your hand further. But it's at the cost of losing access to um, the prolonged siege card from Finland, which is of course draw 4, which is a very good card to have when everything in your deck costs 0, because you can draw the 4 cards and then jump them your entire hand on the following turn. Um, and then also, of course, the Enigma. Now, he does have his single copy of Enigma in hand, and that's not going to be useful anytime soon, but it could be useful in the future.
I have to imagine Lotus Fard also just gives a lot more explosive potential than the Walrus. The Walrus, you need to set it up a turn ahead of time. It's only going to be working in one line at a time, whether that be the back line or the front line, if you push it up.
Yeah, the one interesting thing in this matchup, though, and we saw this with some of our other Anzac decks versus the Meteor deck, is you can try to go for Sunny, and get the 6 cost option, the Scorched Sun, +3/+3 on everything, and that will create a board that the Meteor deck will struggle incredibly hard to actually remove. Now we see Sai has gone for Storm, picked up a 2 cost option, rather than going for Sunny immediately. And I don't disagree with this. I think this is a play that maybe some of our other players yesterday could take a lesson from, is going for Storm early and picking up those pieces of um, removal to try to deal with the early board, especially when you're trying to fight for it with a board-centric deck like Heinz.
Yeah, although no piece of removal from Storm looking particularly well positioned against these units that 66 Better has happened to develop out. Um, Quite a mix of defense ranges on the board make it a little more awkward to either use something like the deal 3 damage randomly split or deal 5 damage to a random enemy when you have a 1/1 and a 0/6 on the board at the same time.
The You see Sai getting out his Dornier, and this is one of the more peculiar choices. Because this is the bomber that refunds you credits and draws you a card every time a unit, well, once per turn, when a unit leaves the battlefield without being destroyed. Now, Sai does not have a lot of ways of doing this naturally run in his deck. It's really just a Salamander and a Yegg bomber. But there is a lot of retreat options in Storm, which might be another reason he went for Storm, is that might be a 2 credit reduced to 1 credit retreat an enemy unit, um, which, again, you don't necessarily want to retreat any of these units because they're all pretty cheap, but it could be a way to trigger the Dornier, but we are not going to see the Dornier trigger, and we will see the front and homeland drawn naturally.
Is that a bad thing, though? That's 9 cards in hand for Sai, right? So if it wasn't drawn naturally, would there
That
have
is that
been
is
an
true. He would have
overdraw?
overdrawn the card. 66 better actually triggered the Dornier by targeting Coast Watchers before Dornier was destroyed, meaning that he had, well, probably about a, what, like 1 in 16, something along the lines of that, to overdraw, or sorry, a 15 in 16 to overdraw front and homeland. Uh,
So yeah, that seems like it was a really smart play from 66 Better there. That uh, really quite unfortunately did not pan out.
and we see 66 better blasting his own unit to make room because he just wants to be able to start spending credits on this turn, get the plan out. Um, And I think this is a pretty good idea. Just get deeper into your deck, get your board clears in hand, get them ready, because you know there's going to be a wave coming.
And then another one.
Yeah, Sai, I imagine he's going to start with a Coast Watcher. Um, lets him get the draw off the Panzer 1A. He does need to figure out ways to get cards out of his hand to a certain extent, though. Now he's going for the Sunnies. If this is a 1 credit retreat all units with the same name, he can retreat all 3 Coast Watchers. Would cause
That doesn't
66 better
really
to
help.
overdraw. He gets to trigger his forecast again.
It doesn't really help to prevent you from overdrawing yourself, though.
No, not particularly, but
But a zero cost Nakshub is a nice card to play to get things out of your hand.
goes for the much more sensible route of just retreating the guard on the Biscuit Boys and getting the draw off Dingo. Now, both of these players just have a lot of options on every turn. 66 better can drop the HMS Formidable. This is the only one in his deck. So he's going to do it, get the board clear, get rid of this Coast Watchers, which could just stick around endlessly. But HMS Formidable, probably the most potent board clear in 66 Better's deck against Sai. Um, so Sai is probably pretty happy about seeing that early. And we see he does pick up the 6 credit um, Sun here, which is certainly going to be the AoE buff.
Suppression, a very nice pickup off the Orado. Going for the Biscuit Boys rather than the 6-3 Coast Watchers is interesting. He does have the 3 cost deal 3 damage in hand.
Yeah, he can. He's aware that 66 better probably not going to be increasing the health of these units at all. So if this 6-3 infantry in the support line wants to just sit in the support line, he'll kill it with breakthrough um, on the following turn. And honestly, it's kind of good because breakthrough needs to destroy a unit to get the cost reduction. So keeping it around, in some ways, actually useful. And he's going for it this turn to get the KFC down with op cost reduced. And that top deck from 66 better is quite massive if he wants to go for it this turn.
Yeah, it seems well positioned, although you do also have a Fog of War, which um, as well is pretty potent. You obviously don't know that your opponent has an Enigma in hand. Um, if your opponent didn't have an Enigma in hand, you're quite happy to just keep putting, 1-drops on top of your opponent's deck.
Yeah, and this is the only copy of Enigma in the deck. And you've seen the order that was drawn from the Errado plate already. So, like, you might just be tempted to sort of commit to this. We'll see if he plays the blast just to reduce hand size. Does not go for it. And we see our players here are very, very good at picking up this 6-cost AoE buff card. It's only a 1 in 3 if you go for Sunny, and unfortunately, all of the other Sunny options feel kind of weak. But Sai here going 2 for 2, and I suspect that we'll just see the 2 tanks come out and then get buffed.
Yeah, although, if you're thinking about playing around a wave after wave, your opponent did hold the blast in hand. That might lead you in the direction of thinking your opponent might have a wave after wave. You could have gone for the Enigma that turn.
And we'll no wave for 66 batter, but I suspect we will see a Queen's Own and Monty come out. Perhaps a bit of a mistake from Sai to put his 2 attacking units on the same side of the HQ.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment.
66 better. Knows to draw first. I was a little worried there that he was targeting the Arado with the Queen Zone, just the way the spectator animations was looking. That certainly would have been a mistake, but instead, it's going to be going on top of the deck, and now the blast is going to come out because 66 better probably realizes the only way I don't immediately win this game is if the one card in the hand that I don't know about is Enigma, which of course it is. And if I'm Sai, I'm probably greeting on the Enigma another turn and just going for another buff. Get these guys out of wave range.
There are also so many cards in 66 Better's deck that draw. You might find yourself in a situation where, even if 66 Better wants to play around Enigma, it's really hard to.
Now, something that has to be going through Sai's mind is 66 better has a Storm card in hand from turn 2 that he has not played yet. And it would be wild if he picked Retreat all on turn 2. But it is a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, even a retreat units of the same name to just send these two panzer guns back. Not panzer guns, the KFCs could be quite massive.
Now, playing Biscuit Boys before the radar, that is not a colorless card. That still is British. So maybe a tiny misstep limiting his options by 2 credits, although will not matter here.
He will just get the maximum healing out of the Biscuit Boys this turn. Not off the radar, but off of the cards generated by Atlantic Convoy and the weather, which we saw was the deal 5 damage to a random enemy. Side now. 66 Better did a very good job of reducing his hand size that turn. So he knows exactly what he needs to play around. It is the Enigma. Of course, 4 credits, draw 4 is still quite incredible. And he gets the Anzac infantry to the left of his hand, which means it's going to be able to draw again without too much worry. And Salamander pickup is going to be great to get that online in the future. With the second Dornier, which is going to be able to draw him more cards. So we see, even though Size deck lacks the prolonged siege that Finland offers, it is able to just sort of keep these hands going.
Now, Anzac Spirit, it feels maybe a tiny bit risky. Does Sai run a copy of Blitzkrieg in this deck?
There is no Blitzkriegs in Size deck.
Okay, I take it back then. I think Anzac Spirit getting the ramp here is really helpful. Getting the 2 damage, opening up the option for wave after wave to be an out. You are taking quite a lot of damage this turn, though.
Yeah, I think the most important part is probably just 2 card draw to get us deeper into your deck. Because at this point, you are just fishing for a wave. Like, a wave here full clears the board, and there's not a lot Sai can do about that at this point. Now, unfortunately, we don't see the wave in hand. He is able to deal 4 damage to everything with Anzac Spirit and Forward Observers, which I suspect we will see come down no matter what here.
We could see a Nakshu push up here. Okay, I forgot that those high attack units hadn't connected just yet. It was an option on the turn, though.
Yeah, that was... I think taking the damage, obviously correct, but there's certainly, maybe instead of getting the Salamander developed, getting the Nakshu to the front line would certainly be offering more damage in the event of a board clear.
Yeah, or skipping out on something like the Dornier when, your opponent's quite dependent on a Dornier anyways.
Actually,
Sorry, dependent on a board clear anyways.
Yeah. I suppose the Salamander did draw with the Dornier, but yeah, you could have just foregone the Dornier Salamander combo that turn. Or even
I mean,
just
it's not
gotten the
like
Salamander online.
Yeah, and it's not like your opponent's going to deal with the Salamander on their turn. The Dornier value is going to stick around.
Yeah, we see.
Are we going to fill up the support line again? Or maybe Nakshub is getting pushed up after this draw?
Yeah, this is surely a Nakshub push-up. 66 Better can't quite get the Enzans to the far left of this turn. So I suspect it's going to come out and kill this Nakshub. Do not want to be taking the 6 damage here. Although he could actually... He could kill it with the task force. Chooses to instead take out these infantry in the support line. Here's an interesting choice, because Storm offers pretty good single target removal, but Rain offers the best AoE clear as well as healing.
Healing seems pretty mission critical at the moment. You do have the Enzans, of course.
And Sai is 3 for 3 on the Sunnies here for the AoE buffs. And this is why 66 better went for Rain, is how do you lose this game? I lose this game if my opponent gets another big board. And that is exactly what Sai is going to try to create here.
Yeah, especially when 66 better is so close to the bottom of this deck, with a few land girls remaining in the deck as well.
We see Sai draw his single copy of Careless Talk, which is a very curious card in this deck. It gets cost reduced to 0, so you can hide it pretty easily, but...
Will we see the 4 for 4?
Well, he's thinking about it, so...
Probably not.
We have still not seen the wave come out here. Or be found, I should say. So if you're 66 better, I mean, do you just start with land girls and see if you can pick up wave?
Yeah, well, you're certainly playing some draw in this turn. I don't know which of your specific draw cards you're placing the highest priority on, but yeah, I do like land girls for seeing 2 instead of 1.
You can fog. You don't really want to fog any of these cards.
No. No, not really.
And did Sai not hold up Careless Talk?
He did not. No, he, I believe, is greeting for a situation where your opponent is more likely to play a meteor.
I mean, with how things are going, it's possible that if he can snipe Meteor with this Careless Talk, he just wins on fatigue. Uh, which would be a very, very odd way for this game to end. He hit... Okay, well, he at least picked another 6 cost. He thought about it, so it might be one of the other 6 costs.
Perhaps. But, with these FWs, it's not, a choice whether you send something back to hand. You have to choose something, and that will, give potentially a few more options to play around Careless Talk.
The other sort of ticking clock here is just this Salamander, because I believe 66 better does not... Well, he... Does he run Highlanders? He does run Gordon Highlanders. So Gordon Highlanders is his only guard left in the deck. And he doesn't have a lot of access to healing. And it is... Is that 4 for 4?
Yeah. That's
All right.
pretty incredible.
Yeah, that is quite unlikely, you can say.
Now, the full clear is possible with this monsoon rain.
Yeah, and you know the draws of your opponent. The issue for Sai is if he doesn't... If 66 better plays around Careless Talk once, Meteor will be too big to die to it again. So he really only has one shot, and it needs to be 66 better playing Meteor before any other unit. If this 4-cost Storm is the shuffle and draw to refill the hand,
That would be truly bonkers.
And it looks like it might be with holding up the Careless Talk here and hand dumping the FWs. We see Gordon Highlanders. I mean, you can just wave to clear this. You could also technically go for HMS Formidable, but that would be a bit worse.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, you would be killing the Gordon Highlanders 100% of the time. Yeah, just putting the HMS Formidable on top, going for the wave.
Yeah, another option could have been number 46 Commando. Then Gordon Highlanders put wave on top and then plan to draw it for free if you wanted to save credits. But 16 credits, that's certain he's not really pressed for ways to spend credit. Goes for Sunny. Unlike Sai, misses the AoE buff. But now
I'm a
you know
little
the...
surprised we don't see Rain just for the attempt at... There's no way that's another +3/+3, is it? It's not even very good. But...
It's retreat and destroy, so he can get rid of Highlanders. He can't play the other
But you
card
can't
in his
play two
hand.
others in one
But
turn.
there's no more
Yeah.
guides. Oh, it's copy. Did he pick copy to copy the Gordon Highlanders, but now it's gone? You could heal, but that's not enough if it's another +3/+3.
I mean, you also have to be thinking about copying the Salamander, right? But does it pin the unit that it copies?
Yes, it summons a pinned copy of it.
Okay.
I mean, you know it's not Careless Talk, so you can just drop the Meteor, unless there's something in your deck that helps you here that you don't want Meteor to potentially dilute.
I think the consideration might be about buffing the Meteor to accelerate your clock just slightly. Even if you play something like the HMS Formidable on it to have 2 attack, I don't know why you would hold it back.
Yeah, also unclear why he blasted to get rid of that. And it's
It's
5 for
3
5.
plus 3!
That is a
What?
1 in 243 chance to hit it on all 5 of your rolls on Sunny. 1 in 243. That is insane. And you know what? This is why this is why Sai's our world champion. No, like obviously Sai knows what he's going for. You play this deck, you go for Sunny, you go for the AoE buff. That's how you play this deck into Meteor. He just did exactly what he needed to do every turn, and he got incredibly lucky. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he played the deck exactly how you're supposed to play the deck.
That doesn't mean that if I'm 66 better here, I'm, looking for the replacement laptop because I punched a hole through this one. You know?
Yeah, if I'm 66 better, like, because you could have just died to the 2-cost option that gives air units +3 attack, and then it's like, okay, whatever, he got it. Like, I'm still very upset because it's a 1 in 81, but the fact that it's 5 for 5.
What an insanely good opening hand from Sai here as well. You have Dingo on turn 1. Not only that, you have... Why would you send
And
back
he's,
the evasive action
yeah,
when
sends
you...
back the evasive action. This means
There's
it
one
can't,
answer, right?
it can't stop the number 1 commando, or the number 46 commando from generating the plan and production, but 66 better simply doesn't have it.
I'm so confused.
Sai
You're
also manages,
guaranteeing 2 draw off the Dingo?
if he can find a third dingo here, although he might just not run 3 dingoes in this deck. These might be his only 2 dingoes.
Well, that would be increasingly upsetting.
Those
For
are his only
66
2
better.
dingoes.
Oh my goodness.
Both dingoes and pioneer. These are the... I mean, he runs Middlesex, so it's not N number 46 random. So it's not his only 1-drops, but it's his best 1-drops in this matchup by a long shot.
What? Okay, I'm still really confused by sending back the evasive action because if it hits our Coast Watchers on turn 2 because they don't have the answer on turn 1, isn't it still pretty good to protect these dingoes?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it's just low impact and you're going first and you're... I mean, it guarantees that you get 2 draws off of the dingo, so your hand, you're already up a card. Um, I mean, if you're 66 better, surely you just have to play forward observers. Like, you can't... I mean, I guess it gets to a point where you're like, my opponent can't attack with dingoes anymore because he's going to overdraw.
That's true.
It's not a point you want to get to. Um, his Tropical Storm, Retreat, and Destroy is going to be quite good against Sai's deck, because Sai is, once again, going to be trying to get these units quite high. I suspect we will see him develop Sunny here. But speaking about Retreat and Destroy, that was the only option off of Storm that dealt with the Highlanders, I believe. But that was last game. This is this game. 66 better, going for Rain, going for the Rain AoE clear. Or, well, reducing everything to 2-2, so you can AoE clear.
Now, I suspect we're going to see a Walrus plus this Task Force 44, and that
I was thinking,
will bring these units to 2-3.
yep, goes for Sunny, gets both buffs, or gets the buff twice, I should say. Now the dingoes are outside of forward observer's range. You do have to still consider the fact that you are adding 2 forecasts to your hand. He says, you know what, I whiffed, I don't care if I overdraw them.
Yeah, I mean, even if you hit, like, I almost feel like, you just want to take the 4 damage here.
I don't know, I think I'd rather +3/+3 to everything.
Yeah, that's true. But
These
surely never
tasks...
6 for 6.
Yeah, surely not. Well, it's a new game, the counting restarts, it's just a 1 in 3. Uh,
Are those the rules?
they sure are. um, 66 Better has lined up these task forces really well to deal with the dingoes, reduce the number of units that are getting buffed, but the thing you really want to do is find a way to get rid of the second pioneers, because your opponent has a lot of ways to get units on the board with a hand this big, and they have a lot of ways to forecast.
Although, actually, out of ways to forecast in hand.
All right.
Oh, top deck Coast Watchers?
We saw he did not get the +3/+3 on the Sunny. It's interesting that he didn't go for Sunny on the second swing as well. Maybe it's just because he already realized, you know what, I'm just going to overdraw this, so I'm just going to go for Storm. And he's thinking here. So surely he means he has missed again. Regression to the mean.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the Formidable come out, clear up both these Coast Watchers, make 66 Betters, Weathers cost more, and push up a 6/6. You can
Is that
retreat all
retreat
units.
all?
Yep, but does not
That
feel
is
good.
very good here when your opponent's so full on hand size, right?
That's true, but he gets the 2 forecasts back, loses the draw, and loses the missed Sunny again. If I'm 66 better, I'm always mad my opponent isn't hitting the +3/+3. I mean, surely you just do Coast Watchers Walrus.
Yeah, you're not actually getting the buffs on like super relevant targets because the walrus is just going to transform at the end of turn.
Yeah. He's picked Sunny twice. He's only going to get to keep the first one because he's going to get his natural draw and then add the first forecast. The second one is overdrawn. So he needs to hit +3/+3 on the first one. He picked both of those options fairly quickly, though. I mean, if you're 66 better, you know you have the make all units 2/2s. So you know you're not going to die immediately if your opponent AoE buffs, and you have the response. So the question becomes, how much of this board do you want to clear up in advance?
Well, that's a very good hit.
It's a very good hit. It also means he overdraws both Sadi cards, which is +3/+3, and
Oh
a second
my goodness.
+3/+3. All right. Well, if you're 66 better, you are feeling very good about that. Yes, you gave him the walrus back, but it just means he has to roll again on the dice.
Well, yeah, but statistically at this point, he's pretty likely to hit.
At this point, I think Sadi might be the most picked weather in this tournament. Well, it looks like he's missed again, just based on the length of his choosing. And he is out of forecast cards in hand. He has 3 land girls.
Yeah, that is one of the concerns with this deck is filling up all on forecast in draw in hand.
Yeah,
Still enough pressure being put out that it's not too much of a concern just yet.
this is a pretty good dilemma. Now, it's going to stick around to just absolutely nuke a unit with Chain Home at some point, but at least you are not taking 9 damage this turn. You see one of the 2-cost options picked. Blackwatch pickup looks nasty here, considering 66 better's hand is 6 orders.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to be thinking about, when do I want to get out this Mustang? Because 5 damage to HQ every turn that sticks is obviously very powerful.
It drops
That's
the
a
heat
very
wave.
good heat wave.
Yeah, for the immediate damage. And this is a one of Blackwatch in the deck that we've seen. Blackwatch, not that popular in this tournament, but Sai definitely showing why it's in his deck here. 66 better can wave. That doesn't feel fantastic. You can just forward observers. You can clear with forward observers and um, this Anzac removal piece I always forget the name of. Or at least clear the units that are scary, I should say.
Z special unit, I believe.
Is true. He's not going to clear it this turn, just going to drop the rain. He says, you know what, I know you don't have AoE buffs in your hand. I know you are out of weather cards. So these can stick around for a turn, try to get more value, try to get the draw off the forward observers as well.
Can I mention real quick? If you held on to the evasive action, you might have had less hand size issues as well. Now that is a
So what are the orders of all that?
surprising order.
He could have gone and played one of these land girls and not overdrawn. You would be very susceptible to ramp, but if you've been paying attention to what your opponent has in terms of weather cards, you know they won't have any retreat options. You do have the Mustang on board, so I guess there's a fear that if you play land girls, your opponent can target Mustang.
Now I'm just thinking out loud here. Okay, oh my goodness. You could have played Blast on the one defense Blackwatch and then played wave after wave and have 4 credits left over. Maybe play something like the Enzans.
Yeah.
It was an option there for 66 better.
Yeah, that's definitely you would like this Enzans to have been played. Although I think the Enzans was drawn off the plan that triggered the wave.
Oh yes, you're right. So you could have played something like an MI5, which you don't even necessarily want to play.
Yeah. Just another board of units here coming out from Sai, and he has a single Sunny card in his hand, and if you're 66 better. Honestly, something that I would like to see the players start doing is, if you have the time, rope a little on your weather choices. Because you're kind of just giving your info, like if you pick Sunny and then wait 30 seconds versus pick Sunny and pick in 5 seconds, it's hardcore telegraphing your opponent what you have in hand. And there's room for
Yeah.
some mind games there. I'd be very tempted to get this Enzan Spirit. That is not what the card is called. The Anzac Spirit on top of deck.
You know, when you think about it, it is really in the spirit of Enzans because it also ramps you.
This is true.
Now, I was curious about that 70th Brigade last turn from Sai. It did feel a little strange to play it when you know it will overdraw you without your opponent doing anything.
I
When
mean,
you had the Royal Fusiliers in hand.
it looks like he's setting up a commando, possibly double commando buff chain home. Maybe single commando buff chain home, get one of these other units into the front line.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, realistically, the game isn't going to go. Well, I was gonna say the game isn't going to go long enough that the overdraws matter all that much. You don't know that.
Yeah. It's. I mean, if you're Sai, you're probably just thinking, I need to go all in on this board because he's running out of units. He's also running out of forecasts. He has forecasted a lot this game.
HMS Scepter is fun. Although,
Yeah, I think
yeah, I'm not
Belfast
sure
is
it's
the.
any better than Formidable or Belfast, yeah.
Yeah, you're out of big units. You might have a Coast Watchers, but Belfast lets you get rid of, like, if your opponent gets, like, a Fusiliers and then chain homes it or something like that.
Now, it is very relevant here that the card Sai overdrew was Queen Zone.
This is true. Here's that evasive action pickup. Surely he holds it. I think there's a Coast Watchers left for 66 better for it to catch.
Are we not? We're not
He,
holding it up.
I quite literally cannot explain that. There's no, like, specific card, like, Meteor is not a deployment effect. I genuinely can't think of a single reason why you would not hold it up there.
All Right, I'm looking through 66 Better's
It's
list right now.
Queen's Own? But like that seems like a good Queen's Own turn. I don't know. Maybe you think he's not gonna Queen's Own until you have something in the front line. Um or something like that. Or you have something buffed. Okay, that's probably the rationale is he doesn't think Queen's Own is going to be played this turn.
How many are? Do you know how many Coast Watchers 66 Better has played?
Um
Because he
I
only run.
believe 2.
Okay, yeah, he runs 3. So that's 2 deployments left in the deck. Oh, there might be other number 46 commandos left. But he
Yeah,
does
he
run
runs
a
4
full
of them.
stack of 4 of those.
He's
He
played at
runs
least
4 of
2.
them, and we didn't see the. We didn't see it held on turn 1.
Sai really needs another +3/+3 here. Pick Sunny.
Yeah, I mean he deserves it. This is unlucky.
Seems to be thinking, which means he probably missed the +3/+3 and probably missed the +3 attack to air units option. We are being informed from our spectator that he did in fact get the +3/+3 again. Maybe
Oh
implementing some
my
of those
goodness.
mind tricks I talked about earlier by thinking on it. And that's going to be huge because there's no more reigns in hand. There's no full board resets. You have the HMS Illustrious, so you can attack from the support line. 66 Better, going for the buff on the Meteor.
It does significantly advance your game plan, but oh my goodness. And the HMS Illustrious. this
This is brutal. That's not quite lethal. Incredible that, or not incredible, but surprising to me that Sai did not hold up evasive action last turn as well. And those are 2 6-cost options in hand. Both of them are +3/+3.
I'm really
This
surprised 66 Better didn't play the Biscuit Boys before that blast for one
he
more defense.
he could have been faking holding up a scepter, which he could have had in hand and held with 2 credits. We see Sai not playing around it with the blasts. So if I'm 66 Better, I am tilted off the face of the planet here. He could even have the credits to get down the Coast Watchers first, then play the buff, then attack with all of these units, and push up the infantry.
You have to do something really messed up for me to feel sympathetic for 66 Better after the sorts of things he's put me through in tournaments.
All right, down to 2 health. Fierce aboard.
And we've perfectly held up the evasive action in
I
the
mean,
Queen's Zone.
it doesn't matter. He can't. Well, can he?
And he
He?
saw it the whole time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I mean, there
That's
was no
pretty
other deployment
incredible.
effect for Sai to have blocked before that, so even if he'd held it up every turn, it still would have been there to stop the Queen Zone. But
And he saw it from turn 1.
yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well, Sai is now 5-0 in this stage of the tournament. He swept his opponent Henry in the last stage, and now he is 1 game away from sweeping 66 Better. And if you're 66 Better, it's not just how do you win 3 in a row against the world champion. How do you win any game of cards after what you've just gone through in the last 2 games?
Will we
66 Better.
see the perfect storm, so to
Yeah.
speak?
Sai is headed to his 3rd deck that's all about going wide and forecasting and going for Sunny. And we are going to see a US mirror. 66 better deciding, you know what? If I'm going to lose, I want to lose quickly. So let's do my sort of the matchup that's got to be the most favorable for Sai. And we see 66 better going first with Dingo. Double Dingo.
It's so huge going first versus second with the Dingoes because, with other one-drops, in other matchups like Jagro, your one-drops are able to just trade out their one-drops when they move into the front line. But Dingoes can't do that. So it really skews going first heavily. If you're able to get a Dingo going first, of course. Which is no problem for these guys.
Oh, and the USOS pickup for the second Dingo to make 2 Dingoes that Sai cannot currently destroy. He needs for Freedom top deck. And that is not it. Things are looking pretty solidly in favor of 66 better in this game 3.
Yeah, Lady Luck is a fickle mistress, and tides can turn very quickly.
Ooh.
Seahawk is pretty funny.
Yeah, you can Seahawk. I mean, you can Seahawk trade down the duck if you want to get, like, really funky with it. You could also just do Sullivan's, trade out the duck with one of them, and then get your third Dingo on the board.
Well, I think this is the first time we see the pattern really, work at all so far this tournament.
Yeah. And all 3 of these Dingoes, 1, 2, and now protected by the Seahawk, they can be retreated and have this duck pushed up if that is the retreat all units of the same name weather card. We also see this very interesting pickup from Sai. I believe he's the only person to play this card in any deck, and that's the 27th MG Battalion. It is a 1-cost, 1/3 Anzac infantry that gives any unit you play from the left side of your hand Blitz and from the right Shock, I believe. I've never actually seen this card get played before. But 66 better,
And
5th Ohio.
you might not live to see it get played.
Yeah, I mean, 66 better isn't winning the game quickly in terms of, like, how an aggro deck usually wins quickly, but well, you can overdraw a card, get the front line clear, forecast again, push up this Coast Watchers could also be quite important for slowing them down. We are being told he is being offered +3/+3 if he wants to take it.
I mean, it's not obvious that you'll have enough board control to really take advantage of it.
It means you might want to just play out 2 units rather than pushing up the Coast Watcher so you can play it next turn, but probably correctly assessing that he just loses the game when that happens.
Oh my goodness, USOS is such a good draw here.
That's the 3rd USOS from 66 better here. Really showcasing why they are in the deck.
a little surprised with the like triple trade instead of playing USS the Sullivans on one of these dingoes.
I'm likewise surprised. I suppose the reason is, what does it matter? Like, what's the AoE your opponent's gonna play if they're low on health? And it's not like you needed to fire more dingo attacks on Faye.
I
So you
mean, the
just
line that's 66 better is the line that farms more dingo attacks on face, right? Does he play another one out? I guess it's upset the engineer is better.
up, and that's just gonna be game over here with the engineers coming
One
down.
off, two
Oh,
off
oh yes, the Seahawk.
because of the Seahawk.
Yeah, interesting. He honestly didn't trade out the Seahawk with his Seahawk, because he would have dealt a pretty similar amount of damage.
That's true. Although, really nothing to do here for Sai. You can.
Yeah,
You could have shown your opponent that you had. I mean, you're staying alive on board. This is the correct play.
yeah, and we see 66 better a couple different ways to end the game this turn. Chooses to go for the strap bomb in, takes his win, and he's still down 2-1, but this was the important win to get. This was probably the hardest, his weakest deck. I think everybody would agree. So now he has two very, very standard decks that everybody seems to have brought. Everybody rates highly against Sai's most off-meta deck. Now, I certainly prefer to be Sai in this situation because he's up 2 games. It's not one-sided. It's not like a sort of a ramp deck getting bullied here. But 66 better definitely still in this set. Do you go back to the Meteor though, or do you save that to game 5?
I feel like Meteor is the deck that's the worst into this US deck. And I don't know. I feel like I'm going to play the deck that I think is stronger into US here rather than just saying, like, if my more poorly positioned deck into the matchup is going to lose, just get me out. Like,
Yeah,
I can sympathize with that, but it's not. You
I
got
mean,
one win. You're not like so upset about the situation anymore that, like, I feel like you're in that sort of headspace. If it were
yeah,
me,
and he does pick the Germany. I'd also go for the Germany. Um, to me, it's about momentum. You just won a very, very fast game to finally get on the board. I'm looking at this and saying, if I'm going to win game 4, I want to win it with Heinz. It's probably going to be another fast game. It's probably going to feel like another stomp. And then it goes into the very, very slow game 5 with a lot of momentum on 2 very quick wins. It's also something to say about, playing a very aggressive sort of tank deck into another very aggressive tank deck. You don't have to switch around your playstyle as much. But we see 66 better already off to a rocky start because he is starting second.
now KFC is interesting. The almost like natural feeling play is, your opponent has a unit on board, you don't have a unit on board, you play a Rado. But, having a unit that's able to trade out the deck immediately against such a board-centric deck is very big.
Yeah, my thought was playing the other pack. So if he pushes it up, you can do combined arms, trade it out. Doesn't feel fantastic, but it plays around this possible outcome of. Oh, I was expecting for a freedom trade, but goes for freedom push up to just make a 3/4.
And get that forecast in.
Yeah, we'll Honestly, this play by side makes a lot of sense because your opponent's not going to be able to easily deal with this. I suppose actually Buzz Bomb Face is much to go up to 5 attack is much better than dropping the combined arm. So this play works out for 66 better.
Yeah, and he will spot that with ease.
Sai going for the Storm here. Wants to fight for board early. And if you're Sai, you're hoping that is the deal 5 damage one, because that's usually just, destroy a unit. That's pretty good for 2 credits. With these Coast Watchers, you can get it down to 0 credits.
Some consideration here for 66 better. Maybe thinking about whether you want to play the combined arms right away, just because of the threat of something like a USS Sullivan's trade into the Arado.
If if this is retreat 2 units of the same, or retreat all units of the same name, this is a huge tempo swing from Sai. Because you completely throw off 66 Better's Lotus Find turn.
Yeah, I mean, you could even play another Coast Watchers before playing it.
We are being informed that he was offered the +3/+3, Sunny. He's going for it again. And Snap
That
picks
was
again.
fast. 5 damage to a random enemy.
He did kind of whiff on that. Healing the Arado, definitely the weakest. 66 Better just simply plays the second Arado. And expect we will see Lotus Fired combined arms trade out the Seahawk.
Yeah, and I do like this play. I don't think you can afford to front and homeland when your opponent is threatening to put 2/06s into the front line. That just slows you down way too much. It looks like it's 2+3/3s. You can't keep getting away with it.
I mean, you just play one of them now. Because, like, anything else just kind of feels a little too weak. Like, if you play one now, you could just play another one on the following turn. What's your opponent going to do about it? Then you can trade out 2 units.
I mean, it is really nice to get the Thunderbolt down first and to have that shock in play.
Professionals pickup. Um, I suppose. I suppose with this line, you're saying I'm probably not dead. He's probably just gonna take a turn to play front and homeland. And then on the following turn, I'm just going to absolutely destroy him. But he can't clear the board here, actually. If he goes for the buff. 66 Better, honestly, interesting option here with the suppression. You've played both Eratos, so you know the odds of drawing off this suppression fairly low. Could have been worth just suppressing one of these 0/6s to just make it cost an extra credit, make it harder to buff another card.
That is a high tempo line for sure. Although saving the suppression to get -3/-3 on one of these guys, obviously pretty impactful here as well.
66 Better has an amazing hand for popping off next turn. The issue is there's going to be about 26 health worth of units in the front line.
Looks like we're playing around the second +3/+3. I was almost thinking he might feel like he can't afford to play around another one.
Yeah, I suppose you could kind of play around it by suppressing both of the Coast Watchers. Then you say, well, if you do play it, it's your entire turn. But this line doesn't get the Coast Watchers to the front line. I almost feel like going for the Dingo is worse than just pushing up a 6-12. Like, you lose out on the draw, you lose out on the buff on another body, but you get a 6-12 to the front line. This is a fantastic Lotus Find turn. This is showing why the a few of our players here are tacking in
Windhund.
yes, the Beantund. This is going to absolutely clear up the board, and this is a hard punish for not pushing up the Coast Watchers here, to a certain extent. Loses out on the Panzer IIIF and the, it's not the F, is it? It's the H. One of them.
And he's not gonna have an infantry left over from this turn. So the
Yeah.
Conquest not even particularly well positioned.
He can 5th Ohio, and then if that's the +3, like the plus attack option, he can trade out. He can get both of these to the front line. It is. Doesn't 5th Ohio.
Only gets one to the front line.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these lines by Sai. I feel like Sai is just not recognizing the power of getting one of these guys to the front line. I mean, this game is looking pretty over, unless 66 Better has got another suppression up there. Oh, the Reich research is massive! And gets another draw. That's a 9-2. Zero cost combined arms. That's just lethal.
Oh my
Sai
goodness!
absolutely threw that game away. He had 2 opportunities to just put the nail in the coffin. Doesn't take either. It does not matter how many +3/+3s you can generate. If you don't put your huge units in the front line, Heinz will run you over.
You gotta put respect on the German Finnish Heinz when it comes to damage out of nowhere.
That is now we are headed to a game 5, and the momentum in this match has completely shifted. Sai has lost twice in a row on this deck, and not only has he lost, he completely threw away that game 4. And Sai is an excellent player. Sai knows that he threw that game. And that is going to be sitting with him as they get ready to jump into this game 5, which will be a lot slower of a match. And it's going to be a very different change of pace for what 66 Better is bringing to the table.
Well, it'll be slower from 66 Better's side of the board. Won't necessarily be slower from Sai's.
That is true. Sai, if anything, is going to want to be faster than he's been able to be in these last couple of games. Although, honestly, if he had the exact sort of setup he had in the previous game with the 2 early Scorched Sun buffs with double Coast Watchers, big board, that would probably be enough to absolutely blow Meteor out of the game. So he's basically just hoping he gets the exact same setup as the previous game.
Yeah, we don't see the next game come out immediately. I almost wonder if you are taking a breath to recompose yourself.
Yeah, that's the well, here we go. It does I would not be surprised if Sai, got up from the computer, maybe went to his sink, splash some cold water in your face. Cause that was brutal. We've if you've competed in tournaments, you know the feeling of that the dread sinking in when your lead is diminishing and you know you are at least partially responsible. But we see Sai starting first. does mean he has a small hand. 66 better does have some hand attack cards in this deck, and I don't think we're going to see this enemy spotted trigger in this game.
This
Although a
is a
lot of forecast.
really interesting decision on this turn. I like the Coast Watchers, I think. You're not getting your duck up immediately, but, it's a little credit inefficient.
I don't know. I would have, not seriously, but it would have been very funny. That would be the, like, the rank 6 going for Field Marshal for fun play is duck, attack, face, hold up, enemy spotted, say oops.
Yeah.
Double blast to take out the duck. 66 better, showing why he's running 4 of these in his deck. We see a lot of players with 3 or even 2 commandos. But 66 better, I think, had a pretty good read of the field, knowing that there's going to be 3 to 4 aggro decks on the other side of the field.
Little known fact, before 66 better became a KARDS professional player, he was actually a duck hunt pro. Those skills being put to use here today.
Alright, we see Sai going for his first Sunny develop of the game. He's thinking. We have seen that that's not always necessarily a sign that he does or does not have it. And this enemy spotted is just kind of sitting here in the hand. I feel like enemy spotted, it's a card from Classic. We've seen players try to bring it in a variety of different types of decks, and he hits it.
It's not
With the
real.
double Coast Watchers again. Now, he does not have all the dingoes in the 5th Ohio. This is not nearly as good of a situation as last game to have this. But if you're going to have a turn 4 +3/+3 to all units, I mean, if I'm 66 better, I'm like, where's the report?
I'm on my 4th monitor.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, somebody check his PC. Yeah, if you're Sai, you're like, this is exactly what you want. Now, 66 better, it's far from over. These were not the best units in the world to buff. They're slow. They had 0, most of them had 0 attack to start. He's got time to get the Edzans out. I suspect we'll go for a rain here.
I mean, the suppress is so good, right?
Oh, he gets the AoE or the suppress.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a... I guess the AoE, you can play it next turn and then set up Anzac Spirit.
Yeah, this second Pioneer, if Sai can pick up a forecast card, which he does have with the duck, in theory. He could throw that whole plan awry. 66 better would love to see a Highlanders here.
Going for the Pioneers, I feel like I would have preferred the Sullivans so that you're able to get both these units to the front line, and you can just, play the Pioneers the next turn.
Do not hold up enemy spotted here. Sai seems to just have an
It's
aversion to
completely
pushing Coast
insane to hold
Watchers.
up enemy spot.
You
Why
can
would he push up
Monty.
Coast Watchers? He doesn't want to lose that smokescreen value.
You can set them all to 2 and then Monty. Doesn't go for that line. He's just going to kill the duck. Picks up Gordon Highlanders for the following turn.
And if you didn't play the Pioneers, there's a much greater chance that your opponent leaves the duck alive, right?
Yeah. So he's just going to start blasting here. Task Force, fantastic pickup. Rain or
Very
Storm,
nice
both are
indeed.
good here. And
You
second
have to
AoE
play
for
this
the suppress.
blast if you want to actually get this card, though. There's no obvious target to hit.
Yeah. I mean, I think going for the Pioneers makes the most sense if you can pick up a special attack Zed. Special something Zed.
Zed special attack, yep.
Okay, well, you know what? Sai here picks up a Walrus. If he goes for Sunny here and can hit again, I mean, he's still just not outputting enough damage. But he is going to go for Sunny. I mean, 6 and 6 better. You can Gordon Highlanders the Spirit, Monty the front line, and then you're just set to full clear any board on the following turn, and you're not taking any damage. And then Sai.
Although sometimes your opponent has Sunny again. Well, I say Sunny again, the +3/+3 Scorched.
If
So.
Sai doesn't hold this up, I'm upset. Okay, never mind. I didn't realize he had an attack with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect this is just very easy. Highlanders put Spirit on deck. Monty, I'm surprised you did it in this order, just in case there is that Rain is a retreat to overdraw. But I suppose, yeah, actually no. If that Rain is a retreat all, potential massive mistake. Now, obviously, we know it's not a retreat all, and it would be kind of wild if he picked a retreat all, but
The rare J King advocating against draw first.
true. We see Sai pick a 4-cost option. I mean, the most common one is the copy a unit, if he wants to copy Pioneers maybe to increase buff, or possibly the Seahawk is gonna cause some issues, especially if he can copy it. Now that throws a major wrench into things. I mean, maybe you just Queen Zone the Seahawk and kill the Pioneer.
Seems reasonable. I mean, you have to be thinking about what happens if there's another +3/+3 double. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, seems the
Sorry, I
spectator
thought you sent the
animations with
Pioneer to
Queen
him.
Zone, yeah, a bit funky. I mean, even if you can't clear the board, now that the Pioneer's dead, if you set everything to 2/2, it's just small. That is a symmetrical effect, though, so you don't want to have to play it until your opponent has committed resources to dealing with some of your big stuff.
Yeah, and you are just threatening to trade out one of these guys in the front with your Queen Zone, one of these Coast Watchers.
That is the retreat. If he sends Highlanders off the board, he can swing face for some amount of damage, not a lot.
I mean, 11. Not bad.
Yeah, but he's going to need 66 better to disconnect here. I mean, he can completely shut the board down in terms of like real damage output, but the Seahawk is just causing some serious issues because it also, the blasts can't do anything against it. I mean, you just Monsoon Rot, Spirit, and then maybe you hit one of your forward observers, maybe you hit a task force, maybe you hit pretty much anything else. This is a bizarre choice if he starts with MI5. gets the task force, now he can start blasting out the front line here. He wants to get through this storm animation quickly, though.
Very nice. Now,
Yeah. If he had extra time, he could have done Atlantic Convoy production planned last, but I don't think there was enough time left on the clock.
no. And this should surely get there. I was thinking, like, what is the out for Psy? And my thought was you could get running dingoes
Yeah.
into something, maybe.
Dingo, 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 and then have that weather card in your hand be +3/+9.
But Psy only runs 2 dingoes in this deck, didn't you say?
Oh, that's true. No, that was the Britain deck that he only ran 2 dingoes in.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Right. That makes more sense.
yeah,
Oh
this
my
US
goodness, are we
deck
gonna
runs
get the
3
draw?
dingoes. I mean, you don't want to, yeah, you do not want to give him any more forecasts because you know he has not forecasted for Storm, but if you give him another forecast, he could forecast for Storm and then get the draw up to your opponent's hand size.
Huge dilemma.
Yeah, that's
To
a very funny play.
it gets you your storm card that you just developed into your forecast, and it's a nice little buff. You don't mind that.
Yeah, this 66 better needs to find a way to fit cards into his hand because he knows there's an enemy spotted. So he just needs to wait to not overdraw Meteor, and then he can just basically go AFK and continuously end turns. You can Fog of War your Queen Zone maybe and get down the Biscuit Boys.
Yeah, you can start healing up a little bit.
If you're Sai, at what point do you start playing your cards? Because you clearly know your opponent knows you have enemy spotted, but you can also see your opponent is struggling to play things.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm just letting 66 better take the first move. I mean, he has to push up into the front line eventually. I don't think it's too long until he does that.
Yeah, we've heard Bubbles and Thanatron discuss sort of this Honey versus Biscuit Boys in these Meteor decks. This is a situation where Honey would be much, much better. Because basically all you're doing is sitting here and drawing cards.
I honestly feel like this is the turn where I'm pushing up. Do you disagree?
I don't think I'm pushing up until I quite literally have to. Like if it's overdraw or push up. He can go develop a
Get a
production. He loses the
production,
other one.
yeah.
Play it. I would have liked to see Anzac Spirit just that turn instead of the Land Girls, just to have the credit gain. And then, if you don't draw anything you can play, you can just Fog of War something.
I feel like with the Fog of War, it essentially represents -2 draws for your opponent. And so to use it like this just to delay what feels inevitable, I don't feel like that's worth it in my mind. It is a complex situation.
If that's the buff infantry and heal, that is a good way to get cards out of your hand. You can
And it's a
start
good
by
way to put so many stats in the front line that it's hard for your opponent to play.
Yeah, you could start, if that is what that card is, you could start by adding production, then buff, and then production into Anzac Spirit to avoid overdraw, and then on the following turn with 14 credits, throw everything up.
You see, that is the card.
But he doesn't start with adding production, so now he can't go for that line I was saying without overdrawing. So he's instead just going to toss out a wave.
I feel like you're using all your best cards in the matchup. And Tiger Cat is nice. Especially when you just saw the wave gone. But we do see 66 better with having developed the HMS Formidable, I believe. Which is a good
Yeah,
response.
I find it difficult to possibly imagine a way Sai can come back into this game, but 66 better is giving him as much time as he needs to do so. Um, and if there's anybody who's going to find a way to win a game, it is going to be Sai. His 15th Engineers has some possibility. Does Sai run Patton?
Not even playing the Tiger Cat is
Yeah.
interesting.
Sai does run Patton, so I guess you're worried that if you push stuff into the front line, you could lose to a Patton, Duck, Engineers to buff the Duck Algo face. There's some bizarre ways that Sai could still come out of this with a card like 15th Engineers in the deck.
You see, the trigger has been pulled. That's a lot of ducks.
That is a lot of Ducks.
Not one
Going
goose.
for Sunny. Saying, you know what? I didn't see if he got the buff, but that would be a very poetic way to end this game if 66 better was for his first Sunny develop offered the +3/+3.
He died as he lived.
He can go for the M4 plus Engineers, trade out the Queen's Own to not die.
Not
He
dying
could
is
also
good.
actually do Dingo instead, and that way he has more credits. Balancing Dingo over the infantry seems bold. I don't know if you're getting to the front line, but I also don't think it matters. And we see 66 better cannot hit the +3/+3 buff.
And you can put a duck on top if you like.
Is there potential lethal here? If that's a gain attack, HMS Formidable on this 0/9. Going up to 9, survives, reduced operation and attack is exact lethal for 66 better, who mounts
Oh, that's beautiful.
the reverse sweep against the world champion Sai and books his ticket into the finals of the fall tournament. As well as yesterday, we saw him book his ticket into the world championship by just making it to the semifinals. So incredible stuff from 66 better. Absolutely
I
incredible.
I simply cannot believe it. That that was just an incredible series. I hope that everyone here is glad they could catch that one live, because holy moly, what a series
That
of events!
yeah, that series is one for the history books. With all of those +3/+3s, the drama of the back and forth nature of the set, and the mental resilience shown by 66 better. Like, I would have crashed out after like about halfway through game 2. I would have just gotten up and left. Uh, but to make the comeback and especially after I don't think he played particularly poorly on the first 2 games he lost on the Meteor deck. Um, but then to come back and pilot it so excellently in game 5, um, and really show, this is sort of a win for the quote unquote meta decks. I think this showed that in the hands of an expert pilot like 66 Better, the meta decks are going to beat out these sort of off meta experimental things that Sai is bringing. Um, and yeah, that's sort of what we saw. But let's pull back up the bracket because that is just one of our 2 semifinals. We still have 3 more matches for you guys today. And we see 66 Better into the finals, Sai in the bronze match, both waiting to find out who their next opponents are going to be, and that is going to be either So Blue or Hachiman. And that is going to be handled by none other than our illustrious Innocent Bubbles and Thanatron.
Hello and welcome. Feeling very illustrious. You feeling illustrious today?
HMS illustrious, dude.
Very much so. Yeah, thank you very much for passing it to us. It's been a good day. We've seen a strong comeback so far. Very strong comeback. I mean, that looked over. I was ready to jump in and get into our match, but no, there was just a little bit more, and then 66 Red was able to completely pull it back, and quite a strong showing from them, finding their way to the finals. So very impressive stuff. But next, we have some matches for us to look at. And if you would be so kind as to take us through So Blue's decks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have SOBLIU, or So Blue, as we have been sort of naming him. We have a 4-1 Swiss record, very strong in that nice 70% win rate on ladder. Certainly what you want to see. 1,000 matches, certainly very well prepared for this tournament. Let's go ahead and see the decks that we saw yesterday. So some meta choices here, but this first one pretty off meta, this big old ramp deck. We did see ramp struggle yesterday, but Lou was able to move on and was able to move on thanks to at least one win on that ramp deck. We do see it tops out pretty high with choices like Naval Battle and of course that gigantic Super Fortress. So a very fun deck to see, and probably the most interesting matchups are all going to revolve around where this deck gets used in this set. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for that. Next, we have a Meteor deck with the Anzac Nation that we have seen obviously quite a bit of. It's been doing not excellent in this tournament, but certainly not bad. Obviously a force to be reckoned with. We saw, or at least I saw, the biggest meteor of my life yesterday. It was enormous. I think it was in the 30s. So keep an eye out for that as well. Hines has been rolling on strong. Finish Hines certainly in this meta has its place. It can certainly run down some of these larger decks and can pop off with insane damage in a turn. And then, of course, what we all expect to be banned for the entire tournament, it's been banned for the entire tournament so far, is the Janzak, the current Jagro iteration with all of your Anzac and your powerful weather options as well.
Awesome. A very strong lineup. Very much the standard for what our players are bringing here today. But let's see what So Blue's opponent, Hachiman, has in store for them. The USS Yorktown, the Brewsters going to the front line. Most played Japan, 71% win rate with a 3-2 Swiss record. Very good stuff, able to find their way into the main event. And now they find themselves in the semi-finals. Let's take a look at what decks they have in store for us. And we see the Janzak deck, very popular, receiving a lot of bans. Very difficult to actually get any games in on this deck. Don't even need to practice. You just bring this deck, it gets banned. Doesn't matter if you know how to play it or not, because you're never gonna get to play it. It's a very powerful deck. I would strongly recommend giving this a try on ladder, seeing how you get on with it, because on ladder people can't ban your decks. This is probably the strongest deck in the game at the moment. We then see the Brit Anzac sort of control deck. Without the meteors, we've seen a little bit of a split here, whether the meteor should or shouldn't be brought. Instead, we see the sort of Tiger Moth, the Coast Watchers, and the second Pioneers coming in and trying to win the game with these big beefy units. You get like a chain home, and you can just really do a lot of work with this deck. It's been very, very powerful, especially when you hit those formidables. The HMS formidable could just shut down like Heinz. It's a pretty good deck against Heinz, actually, so be quite keen on getting that matchup if I was Hatchy. We then have the zoo deck with the dingoes and the ducks, I think, and the tiger cat, the walrus, the seahawk, so many animals. I believe this was dubbed zoo yesterday, so we're going to go forward with calling this zoo for now. It's just a US Anzac sort of mid-range deck. Again, trying to use these pioneers with forecast. You'll notice that's a trend across these decks. The forecast plus pioneers are a really powerful combo. Not only are you buffing up your board with a high defense unit, but you're generating high value, versatile orders from the forecast itself. So very powerful combo. And then we see the fast Heinz, but this deck, instead of the thin ally, we see the Anzac ally. Fairly unique, but it has been getting a lot of work done. So 4 Anzac decks, actually going big onto the Anzac strategy. But let's see if our players have some bans ready for us.
Yeah, they had their bands ready yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Just
look at
guessing.
that. Japan and Japan.
The trend's
I mean-
certainly continuing.
It's just the go-to ban. It's such an easy deck to ban. It's so powerful. It's so versatile. It's able to put early game pressure on. It's able to continue into the late game, and it's just it's such a well-rounded deck. But with the remaining decks, who do you expect to have the advantage going into this? Because we've got very similar lineups, but not quite the same.
Honestly, I don't think I trust Ramp yet. I know that it can win, right? But it feels like it feels like the weakest deck out of the set, weakest deck out of the 6 that are currently being shown, right? So, uh, I would just play the odds, I suppose. But Ramp certainly has its place, right? And Ramp's ability to go over Britain, US Ramp to go over Britain specifically, is sort of an age-old tale in this game. Uh, Honestly, we kind of love when we see it, right? So certainly, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. It's not out of the question, and it'll be up to our players, right? And obviously, you don't bring Ramp if you don't have some trust in it, and if you don't have a uh, like large, section of games, large confidence in the deck, not only in its matchups but also in the game itself, right, or in the deck itself. So we'll see where they go. Players getting started here with a nice mulligan. The zoo deck, we've got ducks and dingoes, baby. The coast is full of ducks and dingoes. Probably very nice, very much what he wants to see. Lou playing
Yeah.
Heinz, starting with a tank, which isn't too bad, but he's going to want some backup pretty quickly. Going first is very nice in this matchup.
The Anzac Petting Zoo. Oh, Nashub is a great find. Look at this brilliant hand here from Soblu. What we're going to need now is like an Enigma, and then this just trails out perfectly. Dingo, presumably just going to throw out the Dingo, cash in on the draw and heal, but it's sort of all it is. I mean, there's not too much you can do about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get the heal where you can.
Once the dingoes are loose. Wait, did we not attack with our dingo?
Oh, I guess not. Maybe worried about the Nashub. Doesn't want to get any Nashub value for Soblu, so just instead playing it to be credit efficient and just passing the turn.
Yeah, Noxhib down, ready to generate quite a few dollars. Early Coast Watchers will go right into a storm after all of the sunny days in some of our last matches.
Oh, and some good options here. The retreat is pretty good here. I think you probably do go for the cheapest option.
Yeah, getting 5th Ohio in your hand, ready for that to come out on curve, is also going to be super nice. Yep. Now the money starts to roll. An early combined arms is going to be pretty beefy. We're gonna get a good first punch in. That first right cross is gonna sting. Blue,
Yeah.
not with a lot
Good
of cards, but
damage.
holding an Enigma against a big hand. He's got that first big punch in, so Lou probably feeling pretty good about what Heinz deck can do in this situation.
Fifth Ohio is a nice card here to try and fight back a little bit, but I'm just concerned with how slow Hatchie's game is going to be and how much pressure So Blue is going to be putting on with this Enigma as well as this tank. It's going to be so much damage. It won't be coming out next turn as there won't be the credits unless Hatchie plays something which can set up a trade, but it's likely to take a couple turns. However, it's just it's only a matter of time until you get one shot.
Yeah, and you can see the threat, kind of Hachiman's threat isolation there. He goes for the tank, even though it would be really, really nice to take Noxshib down. And now you can see Lou really wants to do 7 damage. Front homeland would be nice, but you know it would be nicer. Would be 7 damage. Especially if there's no way now that this tank has been, well, obviously very tradable with the 4/4, so he can't truly play for the win here, not quite yet. But yeah, gonna take his 7 damage. We're not gonna front homeland, which means we're definitely gonna throw out our other tank, and we're gonna get that ready for our big Enigma play. Unfortunately, it's in the back line though, so we still won't be able to afford that attack.
It's unfortunate, but it's only a matter of time, right? Until you get a big smack on the HQ, and it's already down to 8 health, so you don't even need that big of a smack for it to end the game. You know potentially just go buzz bomb into buzz bomb, and that's lethal right there. Hatchie is going to need to occupy the front line. I really feel like we need to get a Coast Watchers into the front line. I'd also like to maybe see buffing it up a bit. So get the Coast Watchers in the front line, retreat that tank, and go for freedom.
Yeah, I would agree. That's the most logical play. Obviously, the Yorktown is looming very large. Hachiman doesn't necessarily like need the front line, you know, the same way that the Heinz deck does. I wouldn't want to equivocate those. There you see a scorching sun. But if he can pull off a Yorktown against a Heinz deck, right, it's going to be a big deal. Obviously, anything back to hand really resets the Enigma play. And this last 8 damage is probably going to be pretty annoying to come by for Lou. Hachiman really starting to stabilize and has some powerful plays coming his way.
If you can get this Yorktown down, it's going to be a game changer, right? There's no AoE here for the Heinz deck. It's forced to trade unit by unit, which is so slow.
Yeah. And not only that, but I don't. There doesn't look like anything that Lou's going to be able to do about it. And if anything, Lou, not seeing the Yorktown on curve coming, is probably thinking that this is the front and homeland turn because you know what else can you really do? Maybe do a single damage to face and take your front and homeland. Maybe feeling the threat a little bit more, thinking about setting up the tank. Yeah, they're gonna set up the tank.
I really feel like you've got Enigma in your hand. You've got. Oh, I guess we have to trade actually.
And then we're still gonna front homeland with our Noxshib dollars. Very smart. Gonna bottom out all of our cards.
Look at this, 4 credits for +3/+3 with these Coast Watchers.
Yeah,
it's tempting, but I don't know if it's the play this turn.
Yeah, he probably rips the Yorktown, and then if hopes a single one of those planes survive, they're also there to catch the buffs as well. The planes probably are going to. Well, if he moves up, we're not taking the Yorktown play, right? So, nope. Yep, we're just going Sun, baby. We're just going big lads.
I mean, they are big. 2 9s. A V1 flying bomb is pretty much the perfect solution to one of these. It's going to cost 2 credits.
And we're still going to be able to Enigma. We're going to get 2 credits back off of our Noxshib dollars as well. We're going to be right back up at 6. We're going to have a huge Enigma.
Oh my lord, look at this.
Yeah, look at all that front and
Hold on,
homeland.
15 attack. Is there any way we can reach this? It's
we'd
not
have to
quite. Not quite. It's
Yeah.
so close. He just can't quite
And he can
reach it.
sense it too, right? Lou with a big enough weapon to take down his opponent, but that
Oh my
roadblock in the way.
lord.
And this is, one of the things where Yorktown would have not gotten you basically to death. I don't know that it would have changed the outcome of the game. Lou able to just nail some really, really perfect plays. But Yorktown
It
would have
would have
put more
bought you.
roadblocks up.
Yeah,
It would
would
have
have
bought you
bought you
some
time.
time. Yeah, and then it goes Hachiman. He goes ahead and scoops. Really nice game won by Lou. Hines continuing to show that it is a force to be reckoned with on this stage in this meta, which is certainly nice to see. I love when Hines decks are relevant. I love when tank decks and board play are something to, something that we get to see in every tournament and something that the players get to really think about. Adds that extra bit of chess on top of a card game where I think Cards truly excels and differentiates itself from the rest of the PGC offerings out there.
Now,
Oh my God, what a Hachiman's. I know that that's some spectator animation, but Hachiman making some quick decisions about what needed to be and not needed to be in his hand.
you got to
Like,
trust
get
your
this
gut.
garbage out of here.
The more you think, the more you can doubt yourself. You just got to go for things. And
Hachiman going up 1-0. Or I'm sorry, Lou going up 1-0. Hachiman trying to respond, down 0-1. Lou going first for the second time, I believe, but certainly not on a Hines deck, so it matters quite a bit less.
we see Kanhachi show off the Anzac Hines. Can it pull off as decisive of a win? Task Force for 3 damage as well as a forecast. It's very scary. What's he gonna take? Still considering sun, rain, or wind.
Yep, goes with Gale. He's being offered Cyclone for all units retreat for his big one. Thunderstorm, 5 damage to a random for his little one. I didn't quite catch the middle. We'll have to see next turn what he chose.
Now we're gonna respond
We're gonna,
with
yep,
yeah,
weather right
forecast
back.
of our own.
Ooh, the mass damage Cyclone and the mass retreat Thunderstorm this
The
time.
draw's also pretty good as well. In this matchup, it can be some significant card draw.
Yeah, which can truly make the difference. And you made a great point earlier that we just kind of rolled over, right? That like the main thing in this set, actually when you asked me in the very beginning of the set and I mentioned the ramp deck, that perhaps the real difference is that both of these players are taking Hines, but the two different flavors, right? As you said, we have Anzac Hines now trying to get its win back after regular Hines, I guess Finish kind of is the more regular one at this point, right?
Yeah,
has done well in the tournament and certainly did well in the last game.
and we see the Anzac
Oh, he
Hines is
auto-picked.
less. He was very quick with that. Less explosive and just a lot more focused on this sort of forecasting, getting consistency. It feels like the Finn Hines is much more draw your deck, and if I don't kill you, then I deck out. I feel like most of the Finn Hines' losses aren't from your HQ gets beaten. It's just you run out of cards. You just simply run out of cards. You end in a surrender. That deck's got like a 50% surrender rate because you just run out of cards. Whereas the Anzac variant is a little bit slower on the draw and a little bit more focused on getting value out of like forecast and things like that.
Hachiman basically gets that damage from the Thunderstorm split up as perfectly as he could want.
Blue Legion, it was spoken about before being a little bit of a nombo because you want to reduce the op cost of your units. But if you can't reduce the op cost of your units, Blue Legion plus Coast Watchers is really spicy. Giving buffs to your Coast Watchers is just very scary.
Yeah, not a lot of Blue Legion brought in the tournament. I believe Hachi might be one of only 2 players.
It was expected to do a lot more than it has done in terms of the impact people would have on the meta. You know, I certainly expected it to have a much higher impact. And now we see the Dingo Combined Arms, which is One of the nice things this deck can do,
Yeah,
formidable.
combined arms has been really powerful. I'm gonna call it more of a combined arms deck than a Heinz deck, to be quite honest.
Clears the board. And now Hachi is going to have to rebuild. However, So Blue has a pretty slow hand. No draw. Has some ramp in there, some healing in there, but not much really going on. And you don't just want to be putting back your opponent's cards with these Fog of War. I mean, it will slow Hachi down, but you're going to need something to actually win the game. And Hachi has the active hand, so Blue just has a slightly reactive hand and not much going on there.
Yep, we'll start. We'll start Dingo. Always a good start. Start Dingo.
Yeah.
And
Ooh,
Walrus before the Dingo draw.
I'd like to have drawn first.
Not any truly great options. Probably nothing that he was truly looking for there. MI5. Finally gets some draw for Lou. Doesn't mind resetting the hand. Or the draw phase next turn of Hachi. Yeah, we're gonna ramp a little bit too. Funny to see the double weather just because of the way the anti-draw works out.
Yeah.
And now we see the Blue Legion go down. This makes a lot of sense as well. Hachi with this time sort of building his board would probably like to build it a little faster with as slow as Lou is going, but as you can see in Lou's hand, pretty reactive.
Plenty of removal though.
Yeah, there's going to be some good options here for these.
Maybe the Conquest. Surely you put down the Blue Legion, you go for the big draw with the Conquest. It's just, I mean, 3 cards for 2 credits. That's, I think, the most you can reasonably expect to get out of this. I don't think
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
too
I
worried
think we
about
did.
overdraw.
I believe we did see somebody get 4 yesterday with a bomber and
Yeah.
a fighter out, which is extreme value.
I
But 3
think you
is
just...
the sweet spot for sure. I mean, I don't see why. Just shedding an errata. Control his hand, get the body down. All right. Commander, this will set up a blast. I'm sure we're probably, yeah, we're gonna blast that old dingo away. Z special unit, we're gonna take care of the blue as well before he becomes too much of a problem. Pretty nice. Those were the removal options that Lou had available to him. I gotta imagine he goes with some draw here or maybe ramps. We do have one more Z special unit, which could be used to take out the walrus. Not a bad option as well.
I mean, you do just kind of need to get rid of it. Minimize the damage coming in. Give yourself more time to draw cards.
Yeah, and since we're not playing the Heinz version, or I'm sorry, the like Finnish version, it doesn't pop off as much, so not as concerned with using Z special unit and not from the leftmost hand spot, therefore not getting any health gain.
I
But
was
sitting at 24, I think that's fine.
happy with Birdo calling it Z special unit, as is correct because it's an Anzac card. And you come in here with your
Z.
Americanisms.
Z special unit. It's actually I'm imitating a French accent. Z special unit.
Z special is that French? Sounds more German.
Z special unit. I don't know. I can't just make a bad French. I mean, I can, but you know, Petriarch is somewhere, and I don't want to offend him. We still love him.
Still love him. An old name.
From an old man. Breakthrough's interesting here, but I guess, you know, not too worried about options that are going to come. Provides some nice pressure. Gets it out of the hand. We're not worried about paying the bond for the land girls either. Finally, Lou with the coast. Able to generate some weather to his own hand. Able to get some rampant AoE and draw with Anzac Spirit next time as well. Gotta imagine these are where these erratas come out.
We are getting to the point where these beefier and more expensive weather cards can be played alongside units, which is where it gets scary. I mean, 6 credits for a buff is pretty scary, but usually takes up your whole turn. And we're starting to get to the point where you can do it in the same turn as playing units, which is
Yeah,
certainly quite frightening.
And as you said that, Hachiman almost considering going with the Jungle Fever to put buffs down on probably both Eratos and Coast Watchers, which honestly, getting a Coast Watcher down as a 2/6 is really nice. So I would not have hated that play. Jungle Fever, extremely rare that people take it at all. So getting any value out of it, this obviously has to be a Scorching Sun. But getting any value out of a Jungle Fever when he got such a bad Sunny Day choice earlier in the game would have seemed pretty nice to me. But he goes instead for 3 face damage and floats 3. So now it really seems like the less optimal turn to me. But Hachiman been having a pretty great year, pretty great couple of years. So I'm not one to doubt the man.
No, there's no doubts at all about their capabilities. And with this bonus attack and blitz, we could see a huge amount of damage coming out from hand. Here's another HMS for Midpool, and this will not only wipe the board, but leave a scary unit on board.
Yeah, even after the suppress, of course. Still just leaving that 0/6 body, and that's all that Formidable needs for synergy. Big sunny day, but not much to do with it. We could put down some fat erratas. Oh, just the one. I think we did the one last time. I believe the other one cost is... I'm not sure. P.
Oh, that's the Panzer that draws. The Panzer.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You need an infantry. At some point, you got to start using these weather cards. You can only use one of them each turn. How long are you going to wait?
Yeah, now and then again, that Jungle Fever, like, what are we doing with that? It's really clogging up the hand at this point. Would have really liked to see that last turn instead of 3 face damage. Doesn't want to send a Coast Watchers back tank, especially when we have a clean kill for it with Task Force. And we're going to have a full house of weather cards in our hand. Probably an all units retreat if I had to guess. Pretty quick snap pick through the gales there. Lou already up to 12 big credits. And anyways, he just starts blasting. And can clean this turn up nicely with just some Garrison Middlesex action. Get some guards down. Curve out the turn quite nicely. Still playing very defensively, very active, obviously. Britain known for that. And obviously he just needs to deck down to his Meteor.
I mean, it's only a matter of time with these Meteor decks.
Yeah, and ramp really nice there too. Obviously there's not really any reason, any pressure to get down Middlesex Garrison kind of stuff, so might as well take the time to ramp, get big. And now we see Anzac starting to... Anzac plus Sun. Yeah, and we've been holding these Fog Ores for so long. Really nice time to wipe off some really big buffs. And we have Illustrious Scepter and Formidable for our choices here. Went Formidable. Illustrious, obviously, really nice there as well, but Formidable gonna combo. doesn't really have a body for it yet, but obviously is going to be most likely drawing another Coast Watcher pretty soon. Finally get this Jungle Fever out of hand. Nope. Nope. Teasing us with it. The jungle is sick. He will not cure the jungle.
And here it is, the Blitz Jungle Fever. But we've
Oh
only
yeah,
got one
the
fight.
Blitz is also very nice. Did not really make mention of that before. Oh, what if he's going for some kind of crazy oil turn? Jungle Fever, Sunny Day, blitzing oil turn. Is that the play? Is that the move? We're going big or we're going home. And we're about to go so big. Oil, oil, oil. Let's go. My man's going to play his whole hand. Pretty beefy hand. Actually cannot quite afford to play the whole hand, but... Oh, no. I forgot that was still in hand. Blackwatch instantly disrupting. My man knows exactly what the big oil turn is about to be. He said, hold up. Please pay extra. 22 big credits, but man, the left half of the hand looking expensive. This is Gucci pants and Walmart t-shirt right now in the hand.
Ooh, we're gonna see some big.
Yeah, we're still going with the original plan. That makes sense. Rain.
I
Set
guess
the board to 2/2s is available.
you've got the discard card from Rain, right? If you can discard some of So Blue's cards, that would be pretty impactful.
Yep, we're just gonna start smacking down. We get our 3 conquests, pretty nice. They're out Noxshib at the end, and now we have quite a board for our +3/+3. So Hachiman looking to do some work, but there is a wave after wave that is going to wipe this board before Hachiman's party gets started. Monty maybe even perhaps greeting on the wave. Really dangerous here to greed on the wave. No, we're going to Anzac Spirit. We're going to kill the entire front line. That's just too convenient.
Yeah, I mean, the +3/+3, you just can't afford to let that happen.
Right. And well, I feel like they drew into that Anzac Spirit. So I feel like they were willing to take that risk until they found such a nice solution. So really interesting play from Lou, but certainly he is not messing around. Knows that there were a lot of sunny days earlier in the game, and that is a strong possibility. Yeah, doesn't take his radar either. Perhaps thinking that he's going to need something bigger and more robust from that Brit research, which I can certainly see. Now Hachiman forced to try a second time to build a board worth throwing the 3/3 down on. And of course, not quite getting it the way that he wanted after his last beautiful board. Just cost a little too much as well. The Blackwatch play was huge, prevented a
It's
much
gotta
worse
just
outcome.
be Blue Legion, right? Blue Legion, start operating these units.
I would think.
You can get such a big Nashi, but I'd be tempted to even go for the Scorching Sun as well this turn and just make it as big as possible. Get it away from the AoE.
We're going to waste the task force damage as well there, but at least it is going to allow us check the weather one more time. Scorching Sun, not +3/+3. Jungle Fever Looked like the version that he also probably did not want to not quite get to see what they took. I now have to imagine that we kind of go back into a shell here. We could wipe this board, right? For
Yeah,
8, we
I
could.
think
Well,
you
it would
have
cost
to.
9, but it's nothing to a man of riches like Lou, currently ramped out to all
Exactly.
get.
Got your 17 credits. I think you have to wipe the board.
Yeah, Blue Legion's important to take out for sure.
I mean,
And this
it's
Noxshib is a
just
problem. All this stuff is growing, yeah. And again, if we were playing before around, like thinking that he might have the board buff, then
well,
like you're
how
always
do
just like
we
denying him the board. That's the sensible option.
how do we feel about the Black Watch plus the HMS Formidable? That's gonna clear 2 of these units. 2 out of 3 of these units randomly get cleared.
And you get to hold on to your.
Oh, of course, it's the. Oh, I don't know. It's difficult.
Really clean option there as well.
Yeah.
Was the
I do
Jungle
think
Fever
that's the
again?
right play.
Yes, I think that was the most efficient play.
Yeah, which one is that? I assume it's the one which gives units bonuses when they come in.
The Jungle Fevers, yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, there's one which gives blitz,
And
right?
perhaps Blitz. Yeah.
I would assume that's the one we've been looking for. Yeah, when you
Yep,
add a
+2 attack and Blitz.
yeah.
Gonna cost his half of his whole dang turn.
Yeah, but with the door there, it's quite nice. However, I do have to say, this is starting to look over. This is starting to look like the meteor is just going to clean up. As we can see, more AoE is going to come out, and we're getting closer and closer to the game just being over. It's reaching that stage in the game where
Yeah,
it's
only
literally
7
just a matter of
cards.
time.
Only 7 cards left in Lou's deck for him to draw through. And he can get into those even faster with things like radar if he wants. What are we wiping the cost off of? That's a little interesting too. You don't need to play for radar. You could have certainly played for a big research card and then use Gordon Highlanders to wipe the cost off that. But instead, using Gordon Highlanders for its excellent synergy with Formidable for another board clear. Even throwing Pioneers up into the front line. Really build this defensive shell. Only like 6 cards left in deck for Lou. So he really knows that the Meteor is in play. Ready to send Hachiman down to meet Sai in that 3rd place match.
Now, how are you going to deal with this? I mean, you've got the Panzer Grenadier, which is quite nice. But you do have to close this out as well. You've got to do more than just deal with the current board.
Take a look at the sky again. Always looking up these days. Another big miss. Another. Did not quite get to see what monsoon rain we got. Whoa. The free wave after wave. Not too worried about that yet. Honestly, I would just be going into radar trying to get my Meteor game online, but I suppose the patience will be rewarded as well, as there's just not much Hachiman can probably do. Although, now that I say that out loud, the patience is probably don't give him options to do anything. just get to it. Get the plane going.
How many? 17 health, right? That's what? Is that 4 meteor attacks? 5 meteor attacks? What's the maths on that?
1, 2, and 4 would be the first 3, right? So it's 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7. And then the 4th one would be 8. 8 and 7 is 15. So yeah, it'd be a fifth meteor attack if I'm not dumb, and I am.
I'll take that maths. I see the our analyst typing in the background.
Yeah, the entire statistician department is gonna roast me now.
But presumably you better get a little bit of damage on the HQ from other sources, such as garrisons.
Except 5 weather cards at the end of Hachimon and only 2 units. And most
One
of
per
them are
turn.
buffs
One
or
per
debuffs.
turn.
Yeah. It's not quite a wealth of riches if you have to have such controlled spending. Yeah, I gotta
And
imagine we're gonna draw, so let's just get the Panzer down.
they
What
also
else are we gonna do,
need
brother?
they also need other cards to do their things. That's the thing with the weather, at least the buff ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Salamander, not the worst draw.
No. But unfortunately
really
not great with your
Helpful
weather
either.
buff.
Yeah. Something that truly doesn't quite matter. Not the biggest pin either, but that's okay. Forward observers here is a clean little clear, but we're drawing our honey. We're truly got meteor bottom decked. Queen zone.
Queen Zone will do it as well.
Yeah, we
Don't
can just
even
throw that
need
in the
them,
front
yeah.
line and say hello. There might be some more pin options or more retreat options with some of those rain cards. I'm not quite sure in the hand of Hachi. So it maybe is not quite as scary. Hasn't chosen what weather he wants to go with yet as Lou looks on. Or I guess Hachi's looking on Lou making a decision. Excuse me. Man, he's taking a long time to even just think about what kind of weather. Goes with Mist, pin all enemies, 2 most expensive cards, distribute 6 defense. I gotta imagine going for the discard maybe for a chance at getting rid of the meteor. Probably thinking the meteor would have been online by now, so the meteor must not be in hand yet.
But you're not gonna leave the meteor in hand, right?
Right, as soon as it comes up, it's gonna. So probably not choosing the discard. I was basically talking myself out of it, but he did. He did take it. Land Girls for the last 2, and Meteor truly he shook it a little bit. He
here.
shook it there. He said,
Starting to
you
get
really didn't have to
worried.
be late to work today, brother. You really could have been not bottom decked, actual bottom decked Meteor.
Starting to get a little bit worried for a moment there. Is this one of the decks without Meteor?
Did I
I'm pretty sure.
pick my other one? Yeah. Did I pick the dumb one I built without Meteor? Scorching Sun option. 3/3 option Sun.
I mean, I don't think there's any tools you have to deal with this, right? If you're Hachi, you don't have any guards because you're Brits. You just have to try and race.
Yeah, and you're probably not winning that race.
I mean, if you can get it into their hand, I guess you don't have any discard available though, right? Because you can pop it into their hand, which is nice. But I just don't know where you're going with that afterwards.
Right. Suppression just for draw, fast Heinz just to prove that the Anzac version can still be called a Heinz deck.
Oh, dude, buff it! +3/+3 to the meteor. Yes.
I believe that is going to cut the turn math down 1 turn.
Well, it's
which
still
again
gonna,
I think is
it's still gonna
irrelevant
take
here.
2 turns. It's going to 10 now.
Oh yeah, it makes the
It's gonna
trade.
take 2 more turns from now. However, fatigue is gonna come in as well, and it's gonna be one final hurrah for Hachi. But I believe.
Yeah, he says this is worth trying the whole way. Prove to me.
No, yeah.
Never
knows
mind.
it's over.
It's not worth proving the whole way. I counted it out. I chose to count.
The Meteor deck going the distance there.
Yeah, doing what it's built to do. Slower perhaps than its pilot would have liked, but nonetheless doing what it was built to do.
Now, so Blue taking a 2-1 lead, left with the USA deck. Hatchie has full range of their deck still. This may be slightly difficult for So Blue to face into. I expect Hatchie will be able to pick up at least 1 or 2 wins, but going to need to do more than that. Going to need to get all 3 wins if they want to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, and going with their German deck first, which is probably the highest win rate against going into the US deck, I would imagine. Would have been interesting if they would have played their US deck and just been like, well, this is now a matchup that I will have to win the set, so let's get it over with. But instead saying, I'm going to try to survive in the set as much as I can, try to play the tilt factor on my opponent as much as I can. I will give them the more opportunities to make mistakes that I can take advantage of, right? Which is absolutely an extremely valid strategy. And these sets are interesting because some of these games end up being quite short, especially with the pop-off potential of Hines and some of these other things. Some of these end up being weird control matchups with all of the weather.
Now,
Thunderstorm isn't bad here.
Yeah, Tropical Storm's not bad either, though. The draw option as well, because you expect to play your hand quicker.
And both are relatively early tools that can be used sort of soon. Of course, Lou with the 1-2-3 shenanigans can also go a little crazy. Not finding any ramp. 4 War Machines did not find any so far. That's going to be painful.
Now, gotta get rid of this Seahawk.
And we chose the 5 to a random enemy, right? That's the Thunderstorm, so that is a perfect call. Like I said, that card, especially in the early game, especially against something a little slow, it's very often that it is basically targeted removal because they're not a deck that is going to have 2 units out in the first 4 turns. Not very likely anyway. And I mean, it's a Seahawk, brother. You got to rip it. I'm not sure what else we're quite thinking about. Obviously, he had V1 Flying Bomb as well, right? So he had an answer, but you're doing 4 damage with that and you need 3. Like, it's pretty good and efficient. Noxship's going to give us $2 back. We're going to use that rebate on a Blue Sky. And we're going to use that on +3/+3 to the board, baby.
And yeah, you gotta get them
Really
buffs.
nice turn flow. Yeah, and now we're finally finding the ramp. Yeah, we're going to plan and ramp. To find more, but instead finding sort of later pieces like Tropic Lightning. Oh, and this is a big play, right? We're clearly setting up the Sun play if we're throwing Coast Watchers into the front line now. I like that.
Though it's a slightly awkward hand, right? Don't really have much going on. It's quite reactive. I wonder if we just want to go for the Conquest to find some... Got to do 2 damage to a unit. Yeah. What are you hitting? Are you hitting your
you can
Nash?
hit your... I was going to say, you hit your Noxship and not give much of a dang. If we're truly trying to get units out for the Big Sun, but otherwise you're correct that you could take a draw 2 here and hit him in the face once for a little ping. Certainly not bad either. But I mean, if we're playing for the Sun, then I like getting the no, we're gonna curve out completely and we're just gonna grab a Flying Bomb. Now, I mean, we're playing a ramp deck. There's a lot of stuff that's above 3, but now when 1, 2, 3s are used, when they transform into another unit, do they still have a 3 cost associated with them for flying bomb? I've actually never run into that interaction.
Wait, sorry, say again?
If my 1/2/3 turns into a 4 cost card, can
Yeah.
it still be targeted with flying bomb or no?
No, it's a 4-cost card.
It's a 4
The
cost card.
convert
Okay.
makes it a new
It
unit.
changes the cost as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you highlight it, it still says it's the 1/2/3. So. But,
Yeah, no, it keeps the
because it
1, 2,
retains the
3's
text.
ability.
Yeah. I guess okay. Yeah, true. So it's not still the 1/2/3. It's retaining the text onto the new creation.
Yeah, like if
Does
you
make sense. But just like
you
I said, I
can
truly had not run into that quite yet.
you can, because otherwise you could turn it into a Pershing and then play Encirclement and copy it as a 3-cost card and just copy Pershing for 3 credits, which would be pretty fun.
I was gonna say,
But,
first off, you should be able to do that. You're saying that like that's some sort of black magic that shouldn't happen when it very clearly should. God forbid Pershings you play. He kissed
Yeah.
him for 0 damage. You love to see that.
Yeah. I
That was
respect it because it
intense,
cost 1 credit to do so as well. It wasn't even
it
a
wasn't
free
even a free
kiss.
kiss. Yeah, there's no such thing as a free kiss. You're always paying for them somehow. War Bonds is really nice. We're ramping. We're finally getting our ramp. It's late ramp, but we're getting our ramp. But there's a lot of sun that's about to happen. We can even cash 6 damage, or I'm sorry, 3 damage in this turn, but I would say we probably take the front line. I would move both up, take the front line, still have your Coast Watchers in the back, drop the sun, beefy front line, US ramp. Not gonna have a lot of great options for this. Yeah, that's nice.
Look at that lovely hue. Although,
Beef in the
what
front
we
line.
see in hand, what's not ideal when you're sitting on the coast is some big boats with some big old guns, and a lot of these cards are even. And we're gonna see absolute reset
Naval
here.
battle. Absolutely brick the board. 4 out of 5.
Yeah, you don't want to be sitting on the coast when there's a naval battle going on. It's not a time to be coast watching. What are we gonna see now?
Even rod math really working out for Lou.
That is a thing you really have to consider now when playing against these US decks, is how much of my board is odd and how much is it even. Can I spread it out across the two? Which is quite
Certainly
a
feels like-
unique factor. That's never been a thing before, right? Where, okay, half my board's got to be odd, half of it's got to be even, or I'm just going to get blown out.
And it certainly feels like one of those cards where every time I play it, their board is never their board is perfectly even. And every time I
Split.
play into it, my board just happens to not be perfectly even whatsoever. Finally, Conquest for R2. Yeah, might as well get a tank online. Throwing the buff onto the tank before we get to use it. Little dangerous, but maybe pretty safe against ramp. Another War Bonds. Obviously would ramp him to 13, not 12, but still one of those credit slots is wasted. Oh, baby, we're going pressurized cabin. Second Super Fortress has hit the hand.
I mean, the Super Fort now with this new deployment effect is actually really quite good. It was one of those cards where it just was too expensive to ever see usage, and then it gets its cost reduced significantly, as well as this new deployment effect. I'm very glad this card was pushed into the competitive scene, as it's such a fun, heavy thing to see coming out.
Yeah, it's the Super Fortress.
Yeah, it's iconic. It's very iconic, and it was such a meme card for so long.
Not
Finally
much else to do,
usable.
so we do end up war bonding. Yep, finally usable. If only Pershing would receive the same fate. If only they'd
All in
give
due
Chaffee
time.
Alpine. If only they'd give Chaffee Alpine so it could be playable.
One day. It's this time.
The mountain tank.
Now,
Still fine. Not a great turn. Still pretty reactive hand. Kind of both
Just-
players.
yeah, I think I like this. Just get the +3 for 3, and then you get an extra +1 from the effect, and just smack the HQ for a whole bunch of damage. Oh, 2 1-2-3s and the Michigan. Baby, we're printing credits today.
We're printing credits when we have 2 super fortresses in hand. So the ramp engine
go-
has
Go for it.
achieved its
We are
goals.
gonna start losing units to this trade because we gotta trade into this.
We lose the authentic.
I'll go for the Black Watch. Go for the Black Watch with the Michigan. Sorry, the Michigan turns into the Black Watch because of the 1-2-3s. That's +4 credits to everything basically in Hatchie's hand. Gotta go for the Black. How boring could you be?
Instead, double Tropic Lightning.
I mean, it's a 6-6 in the front line. I think if you were going Black Watch, you had to keep it up. But I do believe that double Black Watch would have been the play. It's so difficult to play around.
Yeah, it would have cost 4 to remove the first Black Watch with the Noxship alone, but like you're still forcing a 4-cost action on a 9-credit turn.
Like,
so
why even move it up? Just have 2 Black Watches in the support line.
True, if you're gonna go the Black Watch route, you probably don't move it up. That's very apt.
Fill in the support line. How we see.
And a nice hand shuffle.
Yeah. Ooh. Some good cards here. Salamander. Yagoma.
Salamander is big with only 11 health left to chase down.
Although, not a terrible hand here as well with the strategic bombing, the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I think you'd see the strap bomb here, but it's, you only really kill a unit with it, so it's not too big a deal. Perhaps, gonna get more online.
I like it as well, though. I don't like these war machines because the Tropic Lightning has been suppressed. You can't get the extra value out of it. So I do like this play. And this also means that the Nashib moves up. It's quite an easy trade. It is a 6-6, so it's quite a threat that Hachi wants to be using, but now it will just die if it enters the front line and just has to decide, do I want to ramp or do I want to draw? I'll go for a bit of
and
draw.
obviously, anti-ramp on the enemy when you are ramped out is also extremely nice, right? You're exploiting the credit gap by making the credit gap bigger, but you're also making the credit gap longer, more turns, right? And hopefully by the time Hachi is up at 12, Lou will have ramped to 15, 17. So he'll get that permanent credit gap all game, which is so important to the ramp player. Thunderbolt and Honey both decent flying bomb targets. We've been holding on to that bad boy for quite a bit.
I'm tempted to V1 the Thunderbolt because we have this breakthrough right for the Honey, which is just a very nice little curve. And look at this.
Yep, giving the 7/7 back, but it's a tempo play now, right? Because we've got a lot of air travel on board.
I'm gonna leave the Honey, and I don't like that because you get 2 damage by hitting face with the Salamander, but one of that is gonna get healed automatically. And then if they draw any additional cards, then they've negated the damage. I would have preferred to get rid of the Honey personally. Now we see.
Now
look at
also
these.
able double war machine, so he's able to
instantly buff the board.
Yes,
and he's just gonna move up.
Thunder.
Yeah. And the Honey's gonna end up getting the trade. So again, killing the Honey, it would have been a lot more beneficial in the long run.
But hey, there's still a lot going on here, right? is a fast Heinz play here and a breakthrough play here, so we are going to be throwing in some damage to face, and Lou does still have a lot to deal with. Yep, so this is going to be a cheap turn as far as actions go. I got to imagine we're going to throw the other tank to the front line, get the other panzer down so we can draw, and then throw down. Yeah, because at this point...
Oh, and finds the Blue Legion afterwards. You wanted the
Oh,
Blue
I'm sorry.
Legion.
Yeah, you wanted the Blue Legion before for sure. I thought that was Fast Heinz. I did not realize that was Combined Arms. I've
It's
always been poor. I've never
basically-
had the nice pictures. I have I have the poor person pictures.
I would
I
argue it's
get
even
fooled by
better.
the premium cards.
I would argue
Yeah, in
it's
that
even
case,
better, yeah. Because it's
'cause it-
+3, +3.
didn't have to worry about buffing the second tank. Just throw it all in the one.
Yeah.
And we're down at 6 damage with a salamander flying around, right? So Lou really stuck
Yeah.
in it. He needs to clear this front line. He needs to get this Blackwatch down.
But you can most definitely clear the front line. The question is just how are you doing it in a way where you are then set up on the board? Because there's the tank down here as well as the Blue Legion. So this tank is going to get buffed up as it moves up. Yeah, going to go for the professionals.
And unfortunately, Lou just not as lucky as some of our other U.S. players. He had to deal with 5th Ohio late game. Did not get 5th Ohio on curve like a lot of our players have. That 3 damage on Salamander makes it able to knock down a little bit. If only Blackwatch did 3 damage. Yeah, and a Gale. Cyclone 2 damage to all enemies could be huge, could be an entire turn off the clock. But there's certainly all units with the same, not really a great option. Did not quite see what the middle was. Yeah, we're just putting down planes because with Blue Legion and planes, we really, we're getting real close to every little slice mattering here. Every little damage. Hachiman trying to force a game 4.
I mean, it's so
As we said,
close.
this was and this was one of his best chances to stave off elimination.
What's Blue got to try and fight this? I mean, Honey with a bit of draw, maybe you can find some better solutions here. Mosquito is good. That will allow you to get a bomber, get a fighter, as well as take out something.
And as soon as we got to a point where every little slice of damage mattered, we started drawing into some overcasts, which is really nice.
Yeah,
Rain
and
could
able to
be
get the veteran, so
here.
you're better farm we can do it as well. But I do think the Mosquito has got to come out. Surely Mosquito come out, go for a blitz trade, and that protects you from a bomber as well. I would have
5th Ohio.
Yeah, I would have preferred the Mosquito gets rid of an Arado as well as protecting from the bomber.
That's true, absolutely.
I
But
think
he
I
did
prefer
have,
that.
did have
slightly more.
an answer in mind, I guess. Not necessarily an answer, but a defensive action.
I mean, can you really greed for it here, or do you have to pivot? It's so difficult because there's going to be we can do it every turn now.
Yeah.
And
getting
those
the honey
can't hit.
pings is really nice.
It is, but you know that those can't hit the HQ now. They changed it so they can't hit the HQ, so you knew that you were going to be hitting units. Wishing that
but if that went into the 4 or 5 of the other 2 big units,
absolutely.
He's literally about to overcast next turn.
Look at that. We've got the 3 damage.
Cyclone.
We've got the 3 damage to HQ1 again. But a we can do it is going to be coming out. So it's going to be really, really close. If So Blue can find a guard, then this is just, I believe, game over. But if not, then Hachi might just better squeeze out the perfect amount of damage to finish this. I think you have to go.
Looking at duress, a few good men, and for freedom.
Oh, is it not we can do it? I thought if we can do it was one of the options. I have not played this card enough.
I also thought we could do it. A few good men is very interesting.
It is. You can look for the Jasco, but it's very expensive. We can do it as from the other guy, the infantry that develops on deployment. That's what we're thinking of, I'm sure.
Thinking about another Michigan play. Gonna go for a few good men. Let's see what we got. We've got regulars, professionals, and I did not see the third one. But 2 infantry, probably not exactly what he wanted to see.
Funny seeing that massive mosquito and then it instantly disappears. But that's gonna just be game with the tropical storm. Hachi able to close it out just by the skin of their teeth, and it is going to take it to a 2-1. Give themselves a fighting chance. But that was the matchup we expected to be easiest, so it's only going to be uphill from here.
And not only that, we say easiest, but it truly came down to it, like, if those random pings don't hit the honey, and I want to say was it like 3-2-1, and it had to be both the 2 and the 1, like, hit the honey. If that doesn't happen, he gets way more, like 1 or 2 more health out of that situation. It's not exactly lethal on that last turn. Who knows where that spirals out of control to?
Now,
a big game 4 here. A nice dingo start.
It's a pretty slow hand and not a great hand from So Blue. The overcasts aren't great in this matchup, as Hachi can really take advantage of both the cards and the credits.
Yep, and we're going with a classic Nightmare Anzac start. I guess it's not the double sunset, right? It's just Sullivan's, but still buff dingo right away. Oh, overcast causing a mill here.
Yeah, but I don't think you're too worried about milling if you're Hachi. Yeah, so long as you have cards, you can win the game. You're not too worried about 1 or 2 overdraws.
Chooses Gale. All units retreat. Deal 3 damage. Did not see the first one. Almost a snap pick on that. Nice, setting up nicely here. If we can forecast next turn, it's going to be pretty big for Hachiman. Certainly really nice against the ramp deck to spread out and have some units. Not a ton of AoE without Anzac. Sorry, it does have Anzac, but just doesn't have like as much of the. Or maybe it doesn't.
Yeah.
It just didn't come to hand last game.
And we see Tropical Storm going to start randomly distributing some damage. Really going to be hoping to take out another one of these units.
Wow.
And yeah, is able to take out the Dingo. Absolutely perfect there. The hits that you would want. However, Hachi is going to be able to start dumping units on board as well as buffing them up.
Yeah, Hachi with a Sherman. I feel like when was the last time we saw a Sherman draw in a tournament? It's been quite a bit.
It's been a while. I remember flaming people for 3 Shermans instead of 4, but now it's just not seen play for a long time. For the professionals going to come out, don't care about the 1 point of bond damage. Going to be able to very easily trade. And when you move a 7 HP unit into the front line, you don't expect it to get traded in an attack. I mean, it's the
Yeah,
last thing you
absolutely.
see coming.
However, Patton here, not a bad play.
No, it's
Yeah.
certainly
I
not.
like Patton here with a couple of some of these smaller units. We can really get some stuff moving.
And
It
I
is
also
a
like
ramp player, right? We
the
do want
half
to
trap.
push them.
I
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
half track. Just force the redeployment of these professionals, and also delay the timing on when they're going to be getting that destruction trigger.
Yeah, and actually we can fill the front line, and we just drew Yorktown to refill the front line after we lose it. We're even going planes in the front line.
I think you've got to
Blue
go for that
Sky
half
gave us
track.
a 3-3, did not give us a 3-3.
Yeah, there it is, and it's gonna better move up as well.
Yeah, dude, do a little damage. You might as well touch him. Yeah, smack him in the face a little bit. Now, we got a good board. If we would have got a 3-3 off of
Oh, that would have
off
been
of Sunny
game
Day.
over. That
Yeah,
would have
it would
been
have been
game
giant.
over.
But Ramp is certainly looking at exactly what Ramp does not want to see. And again, Tropical Storm working out pretty
Ooh,
well.
the
Heat wave.
engineers. Look at this. 3 credits, put down the engineers, and start forecasting. We've got so many ways of forecasting. We've got the Walrus as well as the task force. I think this engineers could just be game changing, or this pioneers could just be game changing.
Has Lou found Ramp once? I mean, Hachiman is ahead of him at 11 credits.
Yes, but every piece of ramp SoBlue has found gives Hachi ramp as well. It's been overcast.
It's probably all been overcasts.
And there's the scorching sun, but also
can't overcast that.
This is already such a big threat, such a big problem. And I think you just have to keep forecasting, keep buffing. Go for the heat wave. Yeah, get another buff down on these units. Goes for the gale, probably looking for a bit of burn just in case. And look at that, 11 points of damage. Fortunately, you do lose the buffs on the Walrus, however, not too concerned about that, as the main advantage is just this huge presence you've got. 5 damage, where's it going? It's the Walrus.
Still got the front line to take care of, but we have another Blitz Bomber for exactly 4 for that.
These pioneers do so much work.
Yeah, now I imagine Hachiman with a great turn here. We're going to generate a ton of planes to the front line, and we're going to buff them immediately. Oh, deploy or add for Jungle Fever. All the Yorktowns are able to go. They're all coming in buffed. They're able to go now. We get to swing with 3 of them. I have not seen that finish before. That rules.
I have not seen that either. Oh my god.
Dramatic
That's 16
finish.
damage.
That game was extremely in hand, but yes, that was a 16 damage combo with a blitzed Yorktown. That is so cool. That rules very hard.
Just incredible. I have never seen that before. And I'm speechless. Now we've taken it.
Hachiman was probably dreaming of being able to pull that off on stream. And it did to force an ultimate game 5 in his set to go to the finals.
Yeah,
you can't cook it up much better.
Can Hachi reverse sweep? It's a day of reverse sweeps. Obviously, probably the most favored deck for the ramp deck. So Blue certainly not in trouble.
The targeted matchup for sure. We do have a War Machine on turn 2. We've got a War Bond on turn 5. So finally, some real one-sided ramp for Lou as well. Oh, wants to rip the honey though. Early honey can certainly be extremely helpful. Also, what are you doing on turn 4 if you're Lou? Probably not much that's that good. Probably 5th Ohio. So this now probably allows turn 2 War Machine into turn 5 War Bonds. The turn 4 War Bonds.
I
Plus you
mean,
get to smack with the honey.
War
So I like
Machine
it.
is just so much nicer than the Overcast here. Those Overcasts were such a double-edged sword last game. Hatchie had so many resources, and a good chunk of them were donated by So Blue.
Home Guard into Garrison. Yeah, Pioneer's kind of dangerous here.
It
And this
really
is
is.
interesting too because obviously the obvious turn is the War Bonds here, but it's slow, and we'd love to see 5th Ohio come down and control the 0-5 or even take out Pioneers so that we're
Well,
not getting all
it's
this
6
credit.
total stats, right? So you can't quite do it. It's got to have a
Well,
combined 6.
the 0-5 is what I was saying, or the 0-4 as either candidate, but
Oh, right, yes. Oh, I thought you meant the 1-6, which is just out of range. But
no,
look
yeah.
at this. 9-9 to the face.
Yeah,
Hatchie is making quick work of this. However, there is the saving grace available, able to clear all odd units next turn. This naval battle is been like the only thing keeping this US deck alive in so many games.
Yeah, Fusiliers, Tiger Moth, Pioneers, and Pioneer Company are all odd cost. Only the Cheshire Regiment will remain, so that will be
Which, if you're so blue, you need to
huge.
spend your last credit attacking it to stop it, hitting your HQ.
Yeah, if anything, maybe better to have left it in the back.
Well, with the formidable and the chain
home.
home, looking to buff it up. That's going to be 3 more damage to face, and they just keep coming.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Lose the Ohio now.
I don't think that Lou can outrun this.
No,
We'll see. Blackwatch is going to be helpful.
With the Mustang, this has got to be Hatchie's game, right? You can go for the Ohio. You're gonna need to guard up, but even when it's guarded up, you're not that safe. You have to play around this Mustang, otherwise Hatchie clears you. Yeah, goes for the Blackwatch. But it feels like only a matter of time until Hatchie just gets that last bit of damage. So Blue needs to be really quick at building defenses and applying pressure. Like the expensive HMS Illustrious may come out, which would get blown out by the strategic bombing. That would be the entire support line of Hatchie cleared.
Yeah, if anything, you almost want to wait on that for the last 2 damage. I would like to get the other Cheshire out and just sort of play defensively, like make him have to come up to deal with these, because I mean this ping damage is huge.
I don't even hate going for the Cheshire into just drawing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is really nice, and if you can get him down to I mean, even holding back Illustrious for some kind of
I mean, if we're trading here, if we go 1 into the Blackwatch and 1 maybe into the you got to go 1 into the Blackwatch, because then you're setting up the formidable HMS formidable clear. No, deciding to go face, and this is going to be punished. Strategic bombing will be coming out. And do you play Overcast? It heals you, but it gives your opponent more cards, and it's such a difficult position. I think you hold the Overcast back for now. Just get some units in the front line. No, gonna go for it.
And I can certainly see that being the right call.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's very difficult. Now, Hachi is miles off this wave after wave. Blackwatch is single-handedly keeping So Blue in this. And do you just have to go Mustang attack the Blackwatch to set up the killing of it next turn? It sucks, but you may just have to go for the Mustang into the Blackwatch here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what else you can do.
And your Mustang will die, but at this point, your dreams of Mustang lethal are a little bit in the past. It's going to be able to get the hit onto the Blackwatch. Lucky enough to not get the other 2 units hit by it first, but I do expect So Blue is going to be able to just keep propping up more and more defenses.
Right, we're gonna start to see a couple 1, 2, 3 shenanigans. Which is gonna be pretty useful here. We're gonna be able to really start getting some damage on the board, and as you said,
with
really
the
locked out.
commando. No, the commando. So with the commando, next turn you can go for the wave after wave. This turn you got to go for the task force. Task force, get rid of this Blackwatch. Finally, get rid of it, and just hope that you can connect with this Mustang next turn. I don't see any other choice here. You can go for the Gale, try and find a little bit more burn from the Gale. You can also go for the Sunny in the thoughts that you're going to buff up one of your units. 2 damage to all is very powerful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Blast to hand.
So Blue is going to be forced to try and find some defenses. I would have expected them to spend more resources looking for the defenses last turn if they'd gone for the plan, gone for number 56 commandos and another plan. I was surprised to see them instead focusing on getting units down, as it really feels like you just have to play defensively here.
Back to both bombers. We're going to be able to do 8 more damage.
Does have British units
But for
on the
how
board.
long?
So Landgill's not going to burn, but just doesn't
This
find
ramp
any
ahead is
defenses.
Useful. Another mosquito.
Some healing as well. They're able to put Hachi down to 1 with these mosquitoes, but it's just not good enough. And right now, Mustang is still being threatened so long as Hachi does not mess up the ordering. You have to go for the AoE first. They're gonna heal up. Gotta play your
7
AoE
health to
first.
7 health. Lou finally feeling like maybe
they didn't take the damage. They took the retreat, but you can't retreat the Mustang and use it again in the same turn because you just don't have the credits.
Yeah. 1 credit short of double Mustang, but you can't do it even at turn 12 because it costs to return it to your hand. You need more than 12. Yeah. You would need the ramp.
You would need the Mustang down, the Walrus down for the reduction in costs, in operation cost.
Also, once the Mustang is down, the weather card is going to cost extra.
These are now stuck as the fighter variant when they're bounced, but look at that, you're down to 5 health. So Blue down to 2. But hold on. Super Fortress gives us a chance just to win on the spot. It might be our only option here.
The only out is a Super Fortress roll.
It's this... And you can go for the trade.
Fighters, but we have 1 regular mosquito left.
And a ramp.
We're just searching. We're hoping.
But here you go.
We're hoping you don't have 2 damage.
Storm.
We're hoping you didn't take Gale. We're hoping you didn't take Storm, but you did.
The reverse
And that will
sweep
be
from...
a second reverse sweep. Yeah, absolutely. Hachiman coming back very strong. Lou with a great first tournament, though. Much respect.
Yeah, and was so close. They almost had it at so many opportunities, so many times, and it was just an absolute nail biter. I do think Overcast has been justifiably very popular, but I do think that we've seen here that leaning too hard into it and relying too much on it can really come back to screw you over. If it wasn't for healing, So Blue could have actually killed Hatchy in one of those turns with the triple mosquito. So maybe we'll see players re-optimize, going down to a couple less overcasts and a couple more sort of defensive options from other places. It'll be interesting to see how this card evolves over the next sort of 6 to 9 months. I'm very interested to see how much we see of this in winter, how much of it survives, and how much of it can keep through the frost. But let's take a look at the bracket and see where things are today. Reverse in just a moment. Now, reverse sweep, reverse sweep. Going into the finals, are you worried about winning game 1 and 2? Are you going to be happier if you lose game 1 and 2?
I don't think so. But you know, we started that match out right. I started that match out saying that like Lou's ramp deck I thought was the worst deck in the set, and that I thought he was going to struggle to get a win with it, and then I thought Hachiman was going to win, and then I very quickly thought I was wrong with Hachiman going down 0-2, but then kind of proved out right in the end. That is not to say anything against the player. It's just very, very hard when you have the worst deck out of the 6 to win the set and to get that, you know, that most coveted win with that deck that does not have the best matchups. And of course, you know, if I don't know if you can build against Janzak in a way where you could be like, I'm not banning Janzak, I'm banning something else. I'm looking to play Janzak. I'm not sure in this current meta if you can build that way. I'm sure J King and Berto would have some very interesting insight onto the current meta about how maybe that could be done. But in a tournament where the same deck is being banned every single time, that fourth deck is going to be really hard to get a win with.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. It's always the way with 4 decks. There's just that one deck which feels out of place. But that's going to be all from us from now. We're going to throw it to J King and Berto Burrito, who will take you through the bronze place match.
All right, that was quite the quite the game, quite the series. A second reverse sweep on the boards, and if I'm So Blue, I'm very worried about that ramp deck because that ramp deck is now 1-6 across this tournament because we saw GG Master lose 3 games in a row on that deck yesterday, and now So Blue is clearly struggling with it. I mean, we all said from the outset that this ramp seems not well positioned into this meta of very hyper aggro, and against Sai on the other side of the board, Sai doesn't even have the Meteor control to maybe try to target. It is just 4 aggressive decks, and ramp can beat it. We've seen it's capable of beating it. So Blue did it yesterday, but can he do it again in this bronze match? That's going to be the question. And speaking of So Blue, let's take a look at his decks real quick, just to remind us of what he has. And, oh, yep, here we go. So as we just saw, of course, there is the USA Britain ramp deck. We just saw it 3 times in a row. This is the deck he is struggling with to get a win on. Next up, he has his Britain Anzac Meteor deck. So he very clearly thinks this deck is strong. He probably thought more people were going to bring it. All about just sort of controlling the board and then eventually having Meteor as your win condition at the end of the game. Then German Finland Heinz, which is another very popular deck we've seen. This is the only deck that players have brought that doesn't include Anzac, I guess, other than the ramp deck. And we have seen it's kind of struggling. Anzac does seem to be king here, but this deck is all about getting cheap tanks and attacking with them quickly. And then last but not least, we have Japan Anzac, the deck we have yet to see. It's been banned 6 for 6, and I expect nothing different against his opponent, Sai. And we'll take a look at Sai's decks here,
Yeah. Of course, the Japan Anzac, not going to spend too much time on that one, even if there are a few interesting differences. Um, they do not matter, uh, almost certainly. Uh, then we have this USA Anzac list. I think probably the most interesting card in the list being this enemy spotted that struggled to put in the work that was needed of it in the last series. Next up, we have this Britain Anzac sort of mid range with the Cheshire regiments to ping your opponent from the back line. I think this deck has also been a little bit hit or miss. We saw it can really do a lot of powerful things, particularly if it finds dingoes uncontested early, which is a theme among these deck lists. Dingoes in every single one of them for Sai here. And finally, the German Anzac Minor, which is quite a departure from what most other players are running with Finland Minor. And I feel like so far in this tournament, the Finland Minor has maybe shown a little bit better, but all the German decks that have been brought, I think, have hit a couple of road bumps as we've gone through our games today and yesterday.
Yeah, these German decks are capable of very explosive starts. They're capable of very explosive turns. We've seen them pull wins out of nowhere, but it does feel like they can struggle at building the board before those explosive turns some of the time. Sometimes there's too much health on the board and they just get locked out of the front line. And we'll see the bans here in a second. And yep, once again, Japan is banned by both players. I suspect that will be the case in the grand finals as well. I don't think we're going to see Japan a single time in this tournament. And that leaves us with, well, once again, 3 of the same nations from both players, but very, very different decks. And I asked you this before with Sai versus 66 better, and we both agreed 66 better and had the better decks, and he ended up narrowly winning. Who do you think has the edge here?
Well, I mean, Sai certainly has, the reps in a tournament setting compared to Saw Liu, right? In terms of if we were talking strictly about deck lists, I think I give it a little bit to Saw Liu. I'm not in love with this German Anzac Minor uh this like precise list that Sai is running.
Yeah, and it does look like we are going to have a Germany mirror in the game 1. I think I give it on deck lists to Sai. I'm not happy with some of his specific things. I think I prefer Sabliu's lists to Sai's lists on 3 out of 4 of the nations, but that ramp deck from Sab is where I think it is going to end up. Again, I think he's going to have an even tougher time getting a win on that against Sai than against Hachiman. But at the very least, as difficult of a time. And in this game, in this matchup in particular, I would tend to give the advantage to the German Finland. I think Lottisfied is capable of very, very big tempo swings very, very early. Whereas this weather takes a little bit of time to get going. Now, the 17th Infantry for Sai is perfectly placed to take out this KFZ if it comes down here.
Yeah, we do see the front and homeland draw from Sai, obviously, which is, not what you want to see. But, with that 15th infantry at the far right side of the hand, or 17th rather, that sort of makes up for that draw that you're missing out on turn 4.
You can go for a Sfide turn here, but now your tank in the front line is suddenly feeling very, very weak. So you might want to just go for the 3-cost Panzer, make it a 2-4, so it at the very least trades out with what Sai has to play.
Yeah, I think I like the 3F here. There's not much else you can do that's very highly impactful. Although it seems like there's a pretty good chance that both of these players will just be playing front and homeland on these turn 4s, but I'm proven wrong.
Yeah, Sai deciding that he wants a front line. And this is a bit of an issue for Saab because this 3-2 stat line means that he can't just simply play down tanks into the support line to empty out his hand. So instead, he's just going to take the opportunity to do front and homeland, and I expect Sai to do the same.
Or thinking about simply continuing to develop. This is quite surprising to me.
Yeah, this is
Blue
quite
Sky.
the all-in. He's really banking on hitting the +3/+3 here.
Has he continued to cast his magic spell?
Yeah, I mean, this line without, if you miss the +3/+3, this line just feels so weak. Yes, you get the off-cost reduction from the Walrus. Yes, you get units on board, but you only have one way to buff the units on board, and it is a 1-in-3 option off of the Walrus. So Saab is going to start getting good use out of his 0-cost cards. Might want to hold on to the suppression if you predict a +3/+3 coming out. But at this point, if a +3/+3 comes out, is it just game over? Like, do you just accept if he hit it, he hit it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to play under the assumption that, like, your opponent's not going to hit it every time. Or else you're just playing, like, off of the back foot to such a degree that it becomes hard to play at all.
Yeah. So suppressing that Walrus does reduce the operation cost, which slows down these units greatly. And we see Sai did miss on the +3/+3. That might be the operation cost reduction, 2-cost one, which could be quite good. But the trades don't line up too well. Breakthrough could help.
Yeah, Breakthrough looks quite well positioned here. It's just, it leaves you a credit short of playing this front and homeland, and you know, the longer you're leaving this in hand, the less value you're getting out of it. I wonder, like, at what point do you say, I'm just not going to play it?
Yeah. And you do just get less value out of it in this deck than the German Finland Heinz deck. You're running 12 Anzac cards, and it only reduces German cards. And there are these things like the Salamander that are not odd cost. And normally, Enigma would be a very difficult card to get a lot of value out of in a German-Finland mirror, but Sai, with all these Anzac cards, is generating a lot of cards into his hand. So maybe he sort of sees that, and he could go for a very somewhat slower play here, but just to empty out his hand. Because honestly, at this point, you're thinking, how do I lose? It's Enigma.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And these forecasting cards, you know, you're not getting the card until the start of your next turn, which uh can be really important when Enigma is on the table to, you know, have essentially another card, but you know, not have that card available for the Enigma draw.
Yeah. He's once again taking a long time to pick it, so he might have whiffed a second time. This might be the regression of the mean, regression to the mean that we foresaw. And like, again, this is a board where if you get +3/+3 on everything, it is humongous, and you probably just win the game on the spot. But if you don't, then these units are just going to eventually be taken out by Sablu's units. And Sablu has a much, much better draw engine.
Yeah, especially with finding that prolonged siege. Any other deck, prolonged siege on 8 credits, you would have a hard time emptying out your hand. Not with this one. Well, it's not likely to be a difficulty anyways.
Yeah, we picks up another unit, considering we are to send the Arado.
Now, I believe that tank is the one that gets +2 attack for every card you draw, so you can play it, then the prolonged siege, hope to find your other Panzer IIIF, and then you're swinging with a very big body.
Sai, importantly, whiffs again on the weather here. So no buff coming out. Here's a third chance with the task force. There's the Sunny. And there's a snap pick. So if you're Saab, you're thinking, okay, he definitely has it now if he didn't have it before. And Sai showing that you don't need to play front and homeland all the time. Some matchups, some games, it's just about holding it back and playing for board rather than eating that 4 credits of tempo loss. And even without the +3/+3, it is looking like Saab is going to lose this game because the Salamander is unstoppable. Yeah, there's just too much health in the front line to try to realistically pull anything off.
A lot of attack on his little tank, though.
Yeah, maybe if there was infinite credits and infinite board slots in the support line, Saab could find lethal that turn, but unfortunately that's not how the game works. Saab surrendering and Sai taking the game 1 on what you pointed out is possibly his most inconsistent deck. Now, we did see him get reverse sweep on that US deck, so that's definitely a consideration, but I think we can both agree that the Britain Anzac is going to be the strongest deck out of his 3 that he entered here. And he still has that in his back pocket.
Yeah. Now, we see that deck being taken. Sablu sticking with the German Finland.
Keeping evasive action against Germany, what are the big deployment effects you're trying to cancel here? Because we saw him not keep it earlier against Britain. Oh, that's a fantastic top deck.
I mean, there is Arado, but, Arado doesn't really make sense because you are the one playing second, and, you can pretty much trust your opponent to run out enough units on board that the errata won't actually be able to draw off the deployment.
Yeah, and there's the 3-cost Panzer for +1/+1. I mean, that's not a particularly impactful deployment effect. I guess there could be situations where it might be, but
yeah, I mean, I would say it's a very impactful deployment effect, but not so impactful this early on, typically.
Yeah. Yeah, so it might be to stop those erratos, stop them from being able to fish out, particularly these enigmas or prolonged sieges to refill his hand after the front and homeland turn.
Now, I do believe that Arado will stop evasive action even if the conditions are not met for it to draw a card, which can be pretty awkward.
That is true. We see him hold it, send it back, pick Sunny. So perhaps debating whether to get it or whether to hold it up this turn. If the storm that he got isn't if it was the deal 5 damage, you could use that, kill the tank, and then hold it up because of the errato, but he chooses not to hold it up. He says, you know what, you have 4 credits, you're gonna play front and homeland, not errato. I don't need to hold it up this turn. And he gets the +3/+3. All right, so he can play it this turn, but you can probably set up a 4-unit board that you can be reasonably positive is going to stick against Sobliu. We see another triggering and untriggering of the countermeasure into another Coast Watchers for another Sunny. And interesting that he picked the retreat Thunderstorm. Now that can definitely work out sometimes. I like getting this Coast Watchers into the front line. It's high health. It's going to slow down your opponent.
Yeah, the retreat thunderstorm obviously not the best option. He could have seen something like 5 damage randomly would have been particularly well placed that turn. The evasive was held up, which will work out in that it's a card out of your hand for 0 credits when this Enigma comes down.
And dropping the suppression first to not draw, you're suppressing a fairly low impact card, and you're doing it just to get an extra draw off the Enigma. That does not feel good. I'm a little surprised he went for the suppression there.
Yeah, I was almost wondering if you go for the Conquest to draw 2 instead. You know your opponent's forecast last turn, so another card going into the hand.
And
if you
we
can
do
delay
see
the go ahead.
a second +3/+3 in the hand for Sai. So last game he didn't pick up any, but he didn't need to pick up any. Fortunately for him, this game he is 2 for 2 on going for the Sunnies. So he's just going to play it out and say, you know what, doesn't matter if I can't attack, doesn't matter if I can't push up anything. You don't have any forecast, you don't have retreat at all. You've already played a suppress, and you're stuck in your support line. I imagine we're going to see the Conquest.
Looking at the Enigma instead.
Yeah, and suppresses the Garrison. I suppose it's because he's just going to attack with this gigantic KFZ. So this keeps it alive.
It alive on 1.
Yeah, if only this
were... Which is quite good if your opponent isn't able to find something like a blast.
Yeah, and we see from Sai, he's with the suppress. He's kind of he can't really play the second buff this turn, which means he only has 2 units, and Sobliu is kind of working his way back into this game. There's no way to trigger wave this turn for.
Well, you could just play a 2 damage wave, unironically.
That is true. He pins the packs, probably scared of a blitzkrieg sort of snowballing their attack, and that is going to work out to be the correct decision if we look at Sobliu's hand, because it's sort of the perfect hand for these packs. Oh my goodness.
He found a commando for the blast. That's crazy. That's really fortunate here.
Henschel's a good pickup to try to deal with these high health units here, but I mean, interesting he's choosing to trade off the tank. I suppose it could offer combined arms value, keeping the Jaeger.
Really sucks that you're not able to play Lashub here.
I mean, yeah, not really. There's but he's lowering the health, but now he's not even getting the attack off, which means there's going to be 5 units still on board for the second +3/+3 buff. He can even drop a Wessex if he doesn't want to attack. I mean, you can dingo into the Henschel. With the
yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good when, you're already so full in hand as well. You don't need to get anything out of this dingo in terms of draw.
Yeah, and we have seen Sai lose a game because he wanted more value off of the +3/+3 rather than pushing up the existing buffed units. In this case, I don't think it matters because Wessex has a guard anyways. You've seen 2 suppress come out. You know, you're not afraid of dying through, what is this, 15 health in the front line, 6 health of guard in the support line, and 20 health. The Heinz deck is good, but it's not that good. It is going to, however, be able to clear up this front line relatively easily, and then likely walk into a wave on the following turn from Sai.
Looks like just sacking the Jaeger potentially to make room on board for something like, I believe, is that 2 3Fs in hand?
That is, in fact, 2 3Fs in hand.
And with the evasive action out of the way, you know that you're getting that value.
Yeah, trades off first so we can get the Nax Troop down. I think this is definitely a very good idea.
Yeah, getting this front line clear is so huge.
Chooses
He
not to
ended
play
turn there?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear as to what the animations from the spectator mode were showing us there.
So, I know wave after wave is really scary, but I feel like you at least want to get the 3F down for another +1/+1 so that you don't get, you know, this situation where your board is cleared by 2 damage to all. But I suppose
Yeah.
he is pretty desperate to keep it in hand for blitz out of hand.
Sai here is doing... Oh, that's a great pickup. Sai here is showing a good job as how you should play against these German Finland Heinz decks if you're struggling against them, is just get stuff into the... Get high health things into the front line. The deck gets hamstrung so hard by just... They have the cheap cards, they have the units to play, but they just don't have the space in the support line to get everything onto the board. Because if he could have gotten the Panzer Grenadier down already, he would have, and it would start to grow faster. But unfortunately, again, it is the board space that is going to be a continuous issue here.
And I'm really worried about the time. Okay. But now you're all out of gas for pumping up this 3 Panzer Grenadier.
Yeah, and his deck
This
just doesn't
grinds
have the
on.
gas left in it. Even if he top decks, you know, another Enigma or a prolonged siege, he draws the rest of his deck. There's just nothing left in his deck to do anything.
Yeah, Enigma number 3 is not here, particularly when you put the Nashu back on top.
And Sablu throws in the towel. He can see the writing on the wall. And Sai takes a second, actually technically his third 2-0 series lead of this tournament. But last time he was in this position...
Yeah, today is the day of reverse sweeps. So honestly, probably rather be Sodliu here, better position when you consider the past 3 hours.
Yeah, this is exactly where Saab wants him. He's going to be on his German Finn once again, this time against Sai's US Anzac. And this is the US Anzac that we saw get reverse sweeped by 66 better. So I do think Sablu in any one of these matches, I would maybe favor Sablu. Maybe not with the ramp. But 3 in a row is hard. Especially when you somehow miss a 1-drop going first in a Heinz deck that runs about 23 1-drops.
Yeah, drawing the KFZ on turn 2 though, very very big here. If your opponent pushes up that duck, plays their little 1-drop as a 2/2, push that up as well, that is a very difficult situation to recover from.
Yeah, starting with Storm, and Errado draw is actually fantastic here. Not only do you get the draw trigger, you also get the combined arms with the bigger buff trade off the duck. And we saw Sai go for the Storm there. And that's something that we've seen from a lot of these players is the very first forecast they go for is Storm, and they often pick a 2-cost one that's just going to have some good tempo early in the game, and then they start going for their Sunnies after that initial forecast. Now, we don't know which forecast Sai does have at the moment.
We do know that he has an enemy spotted in hand, which is quite awkward.
Yeah, Sai very interesting in his deck building, has a single countermeasure in 3 of his 4 decks, and of course the one deck he doesn't have countermeasures in is his Japan deck, which does not have access to countermeasures. So Sai liking that 1 of countermeasure, he's going to hold it up, go for the forecast, pick Sunny.
Not really a point in holding it up here, right? When
Yep, goes for the Thunderstorm, misses the 50-50, unfolds the countermeasure, and then drops the infantry. If he gets the buff off the Sunny, he can play it next turn. And that's something that Sablu has to be considering. You maybe like trade and Reich's Research Fly and Bob. I mean, you've seen how often Sai is hitting these. You know what's happening. Yeah, just keeps the board clear. He says, I have a bigger hand, I have more access to draw. And we see good choice because Sai, of course, gets the +3/+3.
And I feel like there's only one play here for Sai. You play the 2-second Pioneer, you play your 1-drop, you pass the turn. I mean, what else can you do?
You can hold and unhold the countermeasure about 20 times, just for the fun of it. Sai seems to really enjoy doing that. But yeah, I do suspect he's just sort of, keeping track of everything that has happened so far this game. Keeping track of, okay, what's my opponent have in hand? He's got the front and homeland. What are the cards he kept in the mulligan? That kind of stuff. And then he, of course, just plays out the units. And this is a fantastic Fast Heinz turn. The Lotus Fard is going to let him trade off 2 of these 3 units and get 3 units in the front line. And the 2 cards left in hand, or 3 cards left in hand, are another tank, of course, front and homeland, which you will likely play next turn, and the Enigma. And Sai, strategic bombing, can't play it, does nothing. Tiger Cat can't play it. Thunderbolt, fantastic draw. Probably the best draw in his deck. But that doesn't help that he's still in a very bad position, especially because it can get traded off for free on Sablu's turn.
Here's another couple of units that might get traded off for free, but you might just play these 1-drops to protect your HQ, force your opponent to trade. Chooses to hold them back.
Yeah, and I suspect we will see front and homeland Jaeger Regiment on the Thunderbolt.
That didn't look like it targeted the Thunderbolt, but we...
Oh, Sablu thinks that he's in a position to just say, you know what? He probably targeted his own unit and says, you can play... Like, you can play your +3/+3, you can trade off my biggest unit. I'm still threatening 5 damage on board, plus I get a draw. And that's exactly what we're going to see, and there's a few draws in Sablu's deck that offer immediate lethal. That is not any of them. But I suspect we will see this Enigma come out.
If we see a 3F, that would provide Blitz. We do not.
Yeah, no Blitzkrieg, but Sablu, you have enough things to throw into the front line that you're not worried about losing it, so you can just swing face for 4, push 2 units to the front line, drop an Akshu, drop another KFC, and say, how do I possibly lose? I'm worried that this conquest could lead to a situation where a 9 health thing gets into the front line. But that does not seem like it will be the case. Sai down to 4 health.
Yeah, and not in a position to play the strategic bombing, and as long as you keep these KFZs that get +2 attack on draw, then that's so
Sai
much
is
potential damage.
yeah alive on board, but I mean you're against Heinz with a full hand on 2 health. Blitzkrieg comes out. Sablu takes the win, and Sai now 0-4 on this deck today. That can't feel good.
And the reverse sweep begins.
Yeah, I suspect we will see ramp held for the last game, which means it will be Meteor in game 2. And we saw 66 Better very masterfully pilot a Meteor versus US Anzac game to finish off Sai and finish off the reverse sweep. Sablu is going to need to channel that, lock in, because this is, I assume it is going to be the Meteor. It is going to be the Meteor deck. This is not necessarily easy, although Pioneer Company with Zed Special Unit on the far left feels like a pretty good way to start.
Yeah, certainly. Even this
Although,
fog of war that we see could, find its place here.
yeah, we didn't see the Fog of War as being relevant in this matchup against 66 Better, but that's because Sai just ran out of cards and didn't play anything for about 8 turns. Yeah, Dingo, probably not the card you want to see, so we might just do BPF, pick Blast. You would
That seems
definitely
very
looking for
reasonable to me.
Formidable is the one you're looking for. Gets offered up. I imagine he's going to snap pick that. I mean, Sablu has a lot of high health units, and it's fantastic at clearing up these high health units inside support line, which he's going to be keeping there until he's able to get a buff.
Biff Ohio for Pioneer is pretty nice, though. Slow your opponent down.
Do you ever play Fog of War on Duck for the credit efficiency? Sablu's very
Well,
clearly thinking about it.
yeah. I don't know, it's interesting. This could be the decision point of the game, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. It's
Yeah,
these early turns that are often so critical.
I think I like it, because you have this forward observers in hand. You're like, if he plays out 2 ducks in a couple turns, I'm good. However, if it's duck USS Sullivans, this creates a problem, and that's exactly what Sai goes for, recognizing it's going to be difficult for him to deal with 2 3-op ducks, or 3 health ducks, sorry. And now I suspect we're just going to see another 2-3 duck plus 5th Ohio. And Sablu kind of just waffling around and not doing a lot with this hand right now.
Yeah. Through no fault of his own, but purely a reactive hand.
Sai, once again, starting with the Storm. He really likes that, and there's definitely some good removal pieces you can pick up against Sablu. Maybe holding on to the 5th Ohio for a bigger target. And yeah, this is just a pretty good HMS Formidable. You have 2 of them. And Sablu, there's a lot of draw in his deck. I don't see a reason not to play the Garrison here. I guess he's holding on to get the draw off forward observers, and he thinks he might not play it next turn. However, this is going into the Yorktown turn, but I guess you get the draw anyways.
Yeah.
If you're side, you just play Yorktown because you're like, it's on curve, and he doesn't have access to Anzac Spirit yet.
I mean, if he doesn't have forward observers, like, what can he do?
Yeah, so instead he's just going to go out. Yeah, this dot gets cleared up. 5th Ohio sticks around. The Anzac Spirit is picked up, and that's very crucial, because that's not only is it just another board clear, but it's going to help refill the hand, which seems to be something that Sablu is struggling with at the moment.
Deal 2 to all enemies would have been almost certainly the best possible option there, just to fill this gap where You're not able to get Anzac spirits down just yet.
Yeah, does Soblu would love a... I mean, there's a few different cards he would love in this situation. That's not a bad one. He can go for Coast Watchers, then play out this weather card, remove 3 of these things. The 3 then 2 then 1's good. The additional 6 and 2 to adjacent's also good. I mean, you have the credits at this point. And you also have this Anzac Spirit going up, so I hope you picked the 6 cost option.
I think so too, yeah.
Sai here could go for Dingo Engineers. Like these coast, you leaving your opponent with 2 Coast Watchers. I mean, your board gets wrecked by Anzac Spirits, but that's kind of true most of the time. Hasn't been able to get off a lot of forecasting in this game.
And this enemy spotted, you know, it's an open deck list tournament. It's really hard to use that particular countermeasure in an open deck list tournament.
Yeah, we will see this Coast Watchers come out. Enemy spotted, activates, unactivates, activates, unactivates, and he's doing it a 3rd time. Doing it a 4th time. He's just spamming that. He holds it up. Ghost Watchers. Slam picks Storm. I'm curious what he's going for on the Storm here. Maybe he's looking for the draw up. The drop to enemy hand size. Enemy spotted is going to be spammed a few more times. And then Task Force 44 comes out. It's going to be Storm. And he's now had 2 shots at getting the Storm he wants. He picked that second one pretty fast, so it's likely that he has the drawback up. And Soblu, knowing that, he should try to hand dump to the best of his abilities, and the Gordon's going to help with that relatively well, actually.
Yeah, Gordon's quite nice, and Zan's looking pretty nice here as well.
Yeah, probably doesn't want to play it with a at 11 credits, so he's going to instead drop the Tropical Storm, clear up Coast Watchers, make it more expensive for your opponent to try to play out their hand before playing their weather. And I suspect we'll just see Highlanders on this HMS Formidable. Coast Watchers to the front line, yeah. Well, actually, that could have triggered the countermeasure, but if he hit the cycle and draw, or shuffle and draw, then it wouldn't have held it up, but...
I mean, should you not have held it up if you hit the cycle and draw? Because you can pivot game plan.
Yeah. That's a fair point. He doesn't get the retreat and destroy. And if he hit the cycle and draw, he didn't play it this turn, but he's going to go for Sunny.
Yeah, it really feels like a misstep here, not holding up enemy spotted.
Yeah, and we...
Maybe he lost count of times of how many times he clicked it.
Yeah, I mean, when he's holding it up and pulling it back that many times per turn. Yeah, it's... And he doesn't hold it up again this turn, which is going to let this Queen Zone get to the front line. I mean, if you're Soblu, you saw he didn't hold it up last turn, so you're thinking, okay, well, I'm just going to throw everything into the front line now. I like getting out this Commando, and then maybe dropping... Maybe playing Formidable now, just on the Highlanders, and then pinging one of your units, just to maximize playing around it. But, because, like, how else do you lose this game?
Yeah, I mean... I don't really care for playing the Commando if you're not going to blast your own Commando here, I guess. Or maybe you just think if your opponent was going to play the cycle, they would have played it last turn. I don't think that's, like...
Yeah.
crazy.
I do think he should have played the blast. I don't think he should blast the Commando in case there is retreat destroy.
Yeah, true.
But I guess he could just retreat the Commando. And then it's the same thing. but he does have the shuffle, and that does shuffle away that countermeasure, which he has yet to activate, or has yet to trigger this tournament, I believe. He has definitely activated it a lot. But he is staring down 18 damage in the front line. And with the... Well, no, actually, Formidable's gone. So if he had played Formidable last turn, Sablyu not only would have denied another draw, he would have had lethal on board.
Yeah, I mean, this is one-off lethal, right?
Yeah, but I mean, putting 2 Dauntlesses on top of your opponent's deck, not bad. I mean, you could also put 2 Tiger Cats. This game isn't going to go on that much longer, and Tiger Cat is a bigger unit which does deal return damage.
Sure, this is fine too.
Yeah, you can even get the Garrison down to further threaten it. Sai needs to have exactly strategic bombing plus retreat and destroy. And then also needs to win the 50-50 on the retreat and destroy. And we can see he does not have those exact combinations of cards. So I suspect we will see a resignation and a game 5 started pretty shortly.
Oh man, we're so close to the triple reverse sweep.
And honestly, I'm cheering for Sobleu. I know we casters are generally supposed to be avoid partisanship, but honestly, Sobleu, I want to see him get a win on this ramp deck. This ramp deck has been bullied so much. And also Sai and this enemy spotted nonsense, like I don't know. Sai had his chance in game 4 against 66 Better, where he had the win just absolutely there, and he choked that. And now that's might be flashing through his mind when you're headed into your second game 5 of the evening. But this is going to be the toughest one yet for Sobleu.
US versus US. It has seemed that the US is these players' fourth pick in terms of, you know, where they place the power level of these decks.
Yeah. And Sobleu getting the exact start that he wants.
It's hunting season, baby.
Yup. I mean, 66 Better isn't the only duck hunt champion here. There's an odd overlap of skills between duck hunt and cards.
Yeah. And these dingoes, I mean, they're duck in hand for the foreseeable future.
Especially because Sobleu's next turn is likely going to be War Machine and Push Up. Sai once again starting with that opening Storm pick. And
now, Liu will need to find an answer to the Seahawk at some point. I am wondering what options there are here for him in his list.
Yeah.
I will quickly take a look.
I mean, if he's probably going to play War Machine next turn, or sorry, War Bonds next turn. And then at that point, there's a few just large units in your deck you could just start slamming down, like Michigans and the Professionals. And Sai is not really in a threatening position, although he can enter one very quickly, because if this Coast Watchers hits +3/+3, and you can duck and dingo, and then Seahawk keeps everything alive, and you're threatening to buff 4 units with +3/+3 on the following turn. But that, of course, relies on hitting the 1 in 3 outcome.
Yeah, this play seems pretty weak compared to getting the dingoes out if you miss. Well, getting a dingo out and maybe getting a duck out at the same time.
The infantry top deck lets him actually clear the front line, so he can dingo as well. Odd choice that he didn't draw first. He picks up his own copy of the Professionals. Lamb Girls, this is sensible. I suspect we will see plan War Machine. You do not want to play Overcast right now.
Yeah, and your opponent's playing a deck which develops a lot. They've got a Dingo in the front line. There's a decent chance this Overcast can overdraw them in the coming turns.
This War Machine is actually particularly fantastic this turn because it lets 1-2-3 Michigan next turn to come down and attack and start farming. And that's going to be, let him get up to 5. So he can do 1-2-3 Michigan, attack, and then Blackwatch. So destroy these 2 units
really
in the
nice.
front line, and then get 2 Blackwatch on the board. Absolutely monstrous turn from Sablu that's about to happen. And that's just, we just sort of glossed over the fact that Sai did hit his 1 and 3 once again. But,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
knew
at
it
this
was
point-
coming.
Yeah, we've seen enough of this tournament, we know. And like Sai has a big hand. He has Yorktown, that's a huge threat. Professionals in a few turns. That can give his deck a lot more lasting power. But at least the first wave has been dealt with here. And this Blackwatch is going to cause some issues. Sablu realizing that
+4.
he likely made a bit of a mistake there on which ones he attacked. Or that's actually that's not true. The other one was lower health. We do, however, need the spectator to move off this Michigan here, so we can get a full look at Sablu's board. And another Sunny is going to be picked here. And retreat to get both Blackwatch off the board.
And that is
And-
interesting.
I mean, do you just push Michigan and play 2 Blackwatches again?
I almost... You aren't forced to push the Michigan. Like, yeah, it's probably the right play, but for a second I was wondering, do you want to hold it back in case you find the other Michigan? Keep the gravy train rolling?
Yeah. This, I mean, it is. He does pick up another 6-cost buff. That's 2 for 2 in this game. However, he cannot play it because of these 2 Blackwatches. So instead, he's just going to throw stuff into the front line, throw stuff into the support line, and set up being able to play it next turn. Although, if Sablu just simply kills this 0-6 Coast Watcher, then that entire plan sort of falls apart here. Unless he gives his opponent a credit. I am very skeptical of Overcast in general, and I'm particularly skeptical about playing it against your credit-locked opponent.
Well, you have found this other Blackwatch.
That is true. He has the credits to actually play a 3rd Blackwatch and kill Coast Watchers, which will leave Sai with a 10 cost, or an 11 cost, actually, weather here. And you can pick
Monsoon Rain here is so funny with the Fury, although I feel like Torrential Rain is probably just better.
Yeah. We see Sablu also having the tech of hold up and hold back down countermeasures before going for the forecast, and we see he can pick, or he picks up the board clear here, which is going to be very crucial against Sai, although only in combination with something that deals 2 damage. He can play the buff.
Yeah, I'd love to see draw first with the USS Sullivans here. Nah, I'm kidding.
Yeah, goes for Storm. Looking for that 2-cost retreat. All 3 of these Blackwatches. He's thinking about it, so probably didn't hit it.
Yeah, I mean, you probably have to kill one of these Blackwatches this turn anyways. I mean, the retreat 2 of them is still good, right? But...
Yeah. Cycle stuff around, pushes things into the front line, goes for Sunny again. And I completely forgot about the Engineers. That is a lot of attack.
Yeah, I also missed the Engineers in hand. That is probably enough, is what I want to say.
Yeah, and it's a good thing here for Sablu that he has the set everything to 2. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up.
That's not the set everything. Did he get the set everything to 2?
I believe so. On the second overcast he went
Okay.
for. If I'm wrong, then
Well,
I'm
I
wrong.
could definitely be wrong here as well.
I mean, he has
You
14
could also
credits.
just delay by giving your HQ smokescreen if you do have that board clear. Just be like really annoying. And like your opponent can't really like develop further into the board.
Yeah, and that does free up hand space to play out this Thunderbolt. That seems like that's going to be what he's going for. Saw Blue does not run forward observers, so it's really just naval battle. He doesn't have a way of dealing 2 damage to all of these things outside of forecasting storm. But he
Oh,
can't do
you're
that
right. He
this
did
turn.
pick. That was the set everything to 2. Scorching Sun overdraw naturally.
All right. But Sai's got it down back to the original 6 cost, and he's actually going to trade first. So he can write it down to 4 costs, and he has 15 credit slots, thanks to this engineers. So he can also get the professionals up there if he wants. Picks up another Coast Watchers. Yeah, he's just going to toss up professionals, and I mean, yeah, I guess you don't want to play the buff now, because you know your opponent might have the rain. You have absolutely no reason to play the buff first. This, I mean, so Blue has a lot of credits and a lot of big cards in hand, but his big cards just don't answer the board fast enough, I feel like. 5th Ohio can deal with the Seahawk, which is stuck around forever. Thunderbolt has Shock, so he can take out something relatively easily.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's okay. Yeah, I was going to say that's strange to take the damage on the bomber. Of course, it doesn't matter because it flips.
Yeah,
Now, I mean,
unfortunately.
all this would be plenty if it wasn't for the second Scorching Sun.
Yeah, this is absolutely right. That means size 3 for 3 on Sunny here in this game. I believe. Let's see if he picks it again. Does go for it again. Let's see if he's 4 for 4. And I mean, Salview, he just doesn't. There's no Anzac ally. Overcast is the only forecast in the deck. He's already played 2. I mean, this Counter-Strike can be useful for damage mitigation in the future, but this is just so much on the board. It is just simply a 2-turn
What
lead
can
setup.
you even do?
Is there a world he can survive 1 more turn? Not if there's another +3/+3. Naval battle. There is Duck is odd, the infantry is odd, professionals is odd, engineers in the backline is odd. So he's left with just Coast Watchers and the M4 with destroy odds.
Okay,
Doesn't go
that's
for
a
rain.
tenable situation.
Yeah, so he can actually stop all of the damage this turn. And even doesn't American Guards the naval battle first. I feel like that was probably the play you wanted to go for there. No credits to
Yeah,
get
I
down
mean,
Tiger Cat. Now you're just sad. Do you American Guards Counter-Strike and just say I kill 2 units?
yeah, I mean, American
Ooh,
Guards on
missiles.
Counter-Strike is really awkward. I mean, your opponent still has like a couple of dingoes left as well, right?
Yeah. It's and honestly, I think Dingo might be the only thing that could activate, unless he does like Tiger Cat with Patton or something. um, yeah, this seems like a pretty simple Yorktown Second Pioneers Walrus turn if I've ever seen one. Perhaps drawing first on the for freedom. Light gets the Roosters units you deploy. Just gets that out of hand because it wasn't doing much. Kills the Seahawk, goes for Sunny. And yeah, this is when you would have really liked to have a second naval battle. Or maybe gone for Rain for another set everything to 2-2. I think that was a pretty game-losing mistake from Sablio, if he does end up losing this game, which is looking likely.
Yeah,
He can
even
retreat and destroy
retreat all
twice.
would have been something. That's
Or not if he plays
interesting.
Tiger Cat. Now he can only do it once. He can still hold up Counter-Strike and destroy one of these things. I mean, very clearly you retreat the 713 infantry. I hope you hit a plane.
What you do?
And if he hits, he doesn't hit the +3/+3. If he picked a 4-cost option, I'm assuming it's the +2 attack and blitz option? If I'm remembering my Sunny cards correctly.
Is that for all units on board? Or is it when you play the units? Yeah, deploy or add this turn with +2 attack and blitz. That doesn't feel very relevant.
Not particularly. Let him get up a 3/8 Thunderbolt, I suppose. The second Walrus, though, is going to trigger Pioneers again. And he can even also Strat Bomb on top of that. Just maximize the stats. Now, Sai doesn't know that this Rain in hand isn't another board wipe. But you also know that there's not really anything they can do if it is a board wipe. Like, everything becomes a 2-2, but then... I would like to see trading off the Bomber, if I'm gonna be honest. Because if this is set everything to 2 Rain, you're just letting your opponent remove more damage from the board.
Notably, your opponent only has one even cost card on the board. I feel like Sableu maybe got so excited that he saw the card that, you know, he just like, oh my goodness, I'm back in the game, and then you play it, and then it's, oh,
Yeah.
oh no.
Yeah, this is... Lady Luck is not on your side, Sableu. That might be the case with the number of +3/+3s Sai played, but it is not just luck that cost Sableu that game. A small mistake on the big stage is the difference between Sai and Sableu today, and that's going to mean Sai takes 3rd place, Sableu in 4th place, but Sableu has still guaranteed their spot in the World Championship in October, so at least they have that to go home with. But yeah, let's pull up the bracket, take a look at how we got here. You can see Sableu just really struggling to get a win with that ramp deck. It cost him in the semifinals and bronze match. Sai nearly having the same problem with his US deck. US is truly the 4th nation here in this tournament. But that is enough about Sai and Sableu. Now it is time for the grand finals of the fall tournament, 66 better versus Hachiban, and this is going to be a bloodbath if these other games have anything to say. 3 games going the whole distance, 5 games. So now to the finals with Bubbles and Thanatron.
It just keeps happening.
Just keeps happening. The best of 5s. They just keep going. It's very sunny out there. It's been some very interesting matchups. There's still the question: do you want to win the first 2 games or lose the first 2 games? It's it seems a little bit. If statistics have anything to say, losing the first 2 games is the strategy. We'll see if that holds true for the finals or not.
That is certainly the trend of the tournament for sure. we will have to see if it holds true here in our last set of the day, last match of the day. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at our decks here. Going real quick through Hachiman's decks, we have his Janzak that will undoubtedly be banned. We have his Meteor deck here. I think it's a Meteor deck. Sorry, I know a couple people don't bring Meteor, and I think that this may be one of those decks. Am I missing it? No Meteor,
No,
actually.
this
So
is the Pioneers sort of buff
Yeah,
up
yeah,
your
truly.
board with the big buffs.
Yep, truly going for a bit of a different flavor, which is very interesting. And then we see sort of that exact same flavor in the US. And then we see our Anzac Hinds. So a full Anzac lineup for Hachiman in all 4 flavors, even in his Hinds. Let's go ahead and take a look at his opponent here in the finals.
66 better, a true veteran. They have the Janzak, very popular deck, very likely to never see any play ever. The Heinz deck with the Finn ally, which is the more popular of the versions. The Anzac ally was interesting, but I don't think it's been as successful. I think this has been a bit more successful, but it's been close. We then have the US Anzac frontline, which has been, like J King mentioned, it's the 4th deck really. You need a 4th deck, and this seems to be the top choice as far as 4th decks go. And then we have the Brit Anzac Meteor. So 66 better going for the Meteor. Hachiman deciding against the Meteor. It'll be interesting to see Meteor or no Meteor, which is the more formidable of the Brit decks. So those are our lineups. Let's see if our players have some bans ready.
Yeah, even if they don't, I think nope, yep, they do. So whether that's a prediction
has
or
been
we've talked to
replaced
them.
by ABJ, always banned Japan. We've got a bit more of a rhyme to it, actually. Always banned Japan's a little bit groovy.
That's true.
Feeling that one.
Always ban Japan.
So I don't think Japan has actually seen a single game on the main stage. It has been banned all day, every day. No one wants anything to do with this deck. So it's, I mean, it technically, that's does that count as a 0% win rate?
It doesn't count as 100%. I guess it does. It's null. Win rate null.
No, I wanted to say it was 0% because I like the idea of calling it 0% win rate. I think it's mathematically incorrect, but I like it.
We
I
account
like
for the null
going
case. We start counting at 0 and we account for the null case. This is a computer science led chat.
And we see Brit Anzac against USA Anzac. Control against frontline. Strong hands here from both players. Yeah, we may see a full keep. Nope, putting back a Langos. Finding a Langos. Put back a Langos. Find a Langos. And yeah,
The
full
ladies
keep
are
from
here.
Hatches. Wow, some big keeps here. There you go. For anyone wondering, if you are playing against Britain and you're going first, you put the duck down before the dingo.
Duck before dingo, never been always wingo. I don't know. You can make something.
You were halfway there. You got the first half of the poem. Arguably the easier half of poetry is the first line.
That's what they teach you in poetry school, actually. You got the easy half, that's the front half, and you got the difficult half.
I see a gale, and Tropical Storm has been very popular. This 3 damage burn option, especially now that can't hit the HQ multiple times. And the question is, does the Dingo come out here? I believe it will be held onto.
Nope. We're firing it off. We're drawing.
Thanks, Hatchie.
We're drawing last. That's all right. We're getting 5th Ohio on curve as per usual.
Yeah, this card is so good. This card is it's everything Pathfinder's wishes it still was.
Yeah, kind of true. no weird drawbacks sometimes because people can obviously play into Pathfinders and be like, oh, I mean, I'll keep
And
doing this deployment if you keep giving it back.
it doesn't just have to sit in your support line. That's the thing. Pathfinder's such a powerful effect, but it just has to sit there waiting. Fifth
And honestly,
Ohio,
I don't. Sorry, go on.
Fifth Ohio, it comes down and then it gets involved. It gets going. It's happy to fight things.
But yeah, I was gonna say I don't think obviously the 1-1 is the 5th Ohio target here.
No.
We've got plenty of room to watch the coast. We've got plenty of room to get a duck. Real nice to see another sunny day. Authentic sunny day there.
Yeah. Now, as the game transitions towards the mid game, Hachi is going to be looking to deploy a large board and buff it up, while 66 Better is going to be doing everything they can to prevent this happening, while it's keeping their HQ on a healthy amount. We do see this Yorktown, and I'm curious if we're going to see the Yorktown held until we can combo it again, whether it's with one of those sunny cards that let them blitz out, whether it will just be into, say, we can do it.
Yeah, or even just into the regular sunny day. Scorching sun for Hachiman once again.
Oh, and here it comes. Presumably just wants to get the body on board. Less worried about the 1-1. Just get a 4-4
Just
down.
going wide.
Here comes the Universal Carrier. Such a powerful card. It's going to generate a lot of damage as the game goes on. Let's see a task force.
Nice answer there. Good way to get to 3. Takes the front line down as well. Obviously, 66 Better probably anticipating some big buffs, but infantry in the back line, it's not a worry quite yet. It's not a pressure quite yet. That dilemma is also going to be huge once one of those units gets to be big in the back line, or we'll throw the dilemma now.
Surely you go for the buff, right? Or maybe
The buff
I mean
or the Yorktown?
But Yorktown gets so. I guess yeah, get rid of the carrier. I'm just thinking Yorktown gets so blown out here. Like I'm so scared to. I want to Yorktown. I want to at least wait until I can carry a couple of them +1/+1 and get them out of that 2 health range.
Yep, that's a great point. Forward observers looming large over any play.
But also Tiger
with a bunch
Cat
of
is
2s.
so appealing. Just chuck down a Tiger Cat next turn.
Yeah, that's certainly a great turn 6 play. Tiger Cat going to build you a board worth throwing the sun onto. Just in and of itself. That's fine. We already know what our turn is. Hachiman probably doesn't have many top deck options that were going to supersede his actions that he kind of already has set in mind. Still blasting.
Oh,
All
but
right,
thinking about it, yeah, here we go.
Yep, here's the Yorktown into carrier cover. Just enough to get him +3/+3. And now what 66 doesn't know is that he's almost facing down lethal. It won't be because there's just not enough money to play the giant buff and to swing with all the units, but it would just be a matter of money. And look, Anzac, the Anzac order drawn immediately after the Yorktown, so would have had the 2 damage, 2 board to destroy all those planes.
Now,
oh, actually, he couldn't afford it. It would have been off by 1 credit, but still.
If you're 66 Better, this is so awkward because you've got so many tools, but just none of them are doing what you need. The Formidable would be amazing if we had the right unit. The Queen Zone is so slow, we could just get nuked to How next turn. Fog of War is great against these roosters, but they're so big at this point that it's just so slow. Everything you've got is just not good enough. And here comes the sun, as the Beatles would say.
Yeah, and we're going to do 12 damage to face. We're gonna put you on lethal. Obviously, we can spend half our turn here if we're 66 better to clear out 2 of these planes, but there's still
And Fog of War, the
9
last
damage on the
one.
board left. Yep.
Fog of War, the last one, we technically stay alive.
But
Which is the best
we're
kind of staying
taking
alive.
3 out of 4. And it is the whole turn. But honestly, I don't think there's any other actions. I think that is the...
Oh, thinking about Monsoon Raining, I don't think you can afford that you have an out here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Gonna go for it. Fog of War. And Fog of War Brewster is a pretty good card to Fog of War. Pretty small.
Yeah,
trade there.
three straight Brewster draws for Hachi doesn't feel good. That certainly puts him in back of what he wants to do. Now, he is going to just keep playing them.
Yeah.
I would imagine this is just Brewster, we can do it.
Or the
Oh,
sun
actually, no, we're
down
going... Yep,
to 1.
that makes a lot of sense with all the planes in the back lines. That's a fantastic line. Very great idea.
And I don't know what 66 better can do about this. The HMS Formidable has just been such a dead card without any big guard to
Big
use.
body.
And it's now just too little too late.
Yeah, the damage to board is so insignificant
wave
in
after
the face
wave,
of these
but-
huge high health totals.
Wave after wave is not enough. Hachiman taking the lead and a pretty strong 1-0 opening, going for the early Yorktown, occupying the front line with Brewsters and just rolling with them, taking down 66 better for a 1-0 lead to Hachi.
Yeah, once again, a player that's able to get into those 3-3 sunny days is just able to create such an insurmountable amount of value.
I gotta say, my only complaint with Hachi's Zoo deck is how many, like, the Beatles getting stuck in my head. I've got Here Come the Sun, I've got I Am the Walrus. It's just all the Beatles songs are getting stuck in my head, and it's entirely Hachi's fault.
I want to make like a just British problems joke, but I also like the Beatles and all this, so it would be disingenuous for me to do so.
I just
So I won't.
writing a song about being a walrus is sort of, it's the kind of thing I can get behind.
Another beautiful dingo start.
Appreciate your tolerance of my my Britishness. Yeah,
Well, if
it's a
history's
strong
taught us anything, if you don't tolerate the British, they'll come, they'll camp out.
Yeah,
They
bring
don't
out
leave.
the tents. It's I love a bit of camping. You ever been glamping?
No, I have to.
I've not done it either, but my uncle is a bit of a glamp. Got like he's
I think
like,
that's fine. You get old, that's fine. I'm still sleeping on the ground age.
yeah, still sleeping bag material. Don't need the silk duvet.
My internet hotspot so I can play cards in the woods. Blue Legion will be nice here with a lot on the board.
Yeah, and the dingoes. Oh my lord, how much card draw have we seen off those dingoes? Well, I can tell you it's 5. Just keep an eye on that HQ total. However much health that HQ's got, it's tracking it for us. Now, 66 better. Really,
Do
you
you
just
just
want to
ramp?
be ramping, but also it's such an awkward position to just be ramping. It's really not what you want to be doing at this stage in the game. Maybe you go for the Tropical Storm. Yeah, where are you going to start with it? You can start with it on the Blue Legion, and then you have a chance to hit it with the 2. Ooh,
Not bad.
not bad. Does take out a dingo. Only
Yes, I get
1 damage.
gets rid of a dingo.
Yeah. You just gotta shove that Blue Legion up, right? Get the +1/+1 on it.
Yeah, I would imagine. I was gonna say you can still.
I don't go for the combined
run that,
arms.
but,
Interesting.
big combined arms play. That's also
But
very
you
nice.
know what's coming. I think it's going to be Fight Club. It's got to be Fight Club.
Yeah,
The
not much
Coast
of a choice
Watchers.
here.
Oh, and gets the RNG to wipe out the whole board. God, Coast
Very
Watchers
nice.
formidable. It's such a good combo. Not
thinking about Salamander already.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bad
Start the
turn.
machine.
It's just
You have only one tank in hand, so not a ton. Nakshib kind of a
you can
dead
respond with
card.
the meteor. Nice Salamander. Here's my meteor. Gonna be a gale. Thinking through. There you go again. That's a Salamander. The Panzer A with the Nashub and with the Coast Watchers, you can get some card draw off this, which is quite nice. Where are we going with this weather? Going to some beautiful sunny skies. Ooh. Jungle Fever and Heat Wave are both looking pretty tempting here.
Yeah, Jungle Fever, not bad with the Blitz, could be really helpful, but we've got, well, just one Blitz unit, right? So,
And it, unfortunately, you can't do it with the Salamander because the Salamander is always going to be there before you can play it. It's slightly awkward. Are we going yet? Sunny again? What are we looking for?
Yeah.
That had to be the +2/+3. I'm pretty sure I saw it for a moment there on the right.
I think so as well. Could have taken
Ooh.
Heat Wave.
Oh, look at this! The combo, 0k Anzac Spirit. Next turn.
Yeah,
I mean, you can go for it this
very
turn
nice.
if you want to, but I don't think you need it this turn. Just be patient. That is going to be absolutely nuts. 0 credits to draw 2, ramp 2, deal 2. Australian
Inking it out
desperate
here.
measures at that point.
Taking a long time for his last action. We're gonna Nakshib first.
Yeah. I mean, what's the plan here? If you're Nashy
Looks
Big
like
Nash.
he did take. Looks like he did take Heat Wave, so that is something that can affect the Salamander. That'll be.
Yeah. I don't know what this Nash tube's all about. I'd have rather get the extra unit.
I think it's
down
so
on
he can
board.
go. I think it's so he can go back up to 5 here, and now we can.
But we could bounce it, I guess. We can also Scorching Sun. It just doesn't feel that good to Scorching Sun here. So I guess it's going to be the bounce. And presumably we'll see the Anzac Spirit response. Anzac Spirit plus Forward Observers.
Yeah, we will get the
Ooh.
Heat Wave here.
A little bit extra damage. 2 extra points of damage and an extra unit in the front line.
Which is really nice.
It is, but
The
a
extra
good
unit
chunk
in the
of this
front line
board-
is a really nice piece of movement.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
we
can
can do-
actually
we can do a
go
lot of board
Gordon
clear.
first. Go Gordon first. Put Forward Observers back on top. Anzac Spirit for 0. Draw 2 cards. One of them is going to be the Forward Observers, which you then play
0
for
cost.
0 again. You can even wipe the board completely here by going for the Task Force. What a wombo combo of a turn, and left with a Gordon on board. So the Salamander,
nice
which
ordering.
survives, yeah, can't even do anything. Beautiful ordering, really, really important. When you get the 0 cost cards and you can draw into more 0 cost cards, it's just
Oh,
really
well,
ridiculous. Whoa.
when you said about the Salamander, you were dumb and
Yeah.
wrong. So how about that? How about
I
that?
I didn't consider the top decking the perfect card you need. Now, it is still a 310 which can occupy the front line. However, there is also a Panzer Grenadier to bounce it, which is pretty good. It does mean 66 player will once again get to make something 0, but not going to be quite as nuts.
Yeah, especially this much later stage of the game. course, he could draw another Anzac Spirit. Could wipe 8 credits off, which
Yeah.
is quite a bit.
Going for the Gale. Oh, the 6 damage is tempting, but so is the Tropical Storm. 3 damage directly to the HQ is real good. Yeah. Occupy the front line, prevent the move up.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised we didn't see both KFCs just to give it that extra bit of blockage.
MI5, potentially good here. If you can buy enough time on the board, then sending back the resources. We do not want to be land guilding right now. This is just so slow. We really want to be dealing with the threats on the board with what we have available. Thunderstorm will clear the front line.
Yep,
Presumably,
and now we'll get our 3-8.
yeah, gonna go for the radar. There's always the temptation there to go for the synthetic rubber, but you just need to stay alive. You don't need to necessarily win the game quickly. Now,
Yeah, especially when you're playing. Now, 66 Better has his Meteor, right? So Hachiman not playing the Meteor, is that what we figured out? Or did they both play Meteor and I just couldn't find it in the deck list because I'm blind?
Hachi doesn't have Meteor, 66
Okay,
does.
Hachi does not.
Now, an interesting turn here, because you really don't want to be bouncing that guy, because you don't want to give the guard back when you have the Salamander down on board. So you do have the option of playing the SDKFZ and going for the Scorching Sun and double trading into the front line. Your Salamander will survive. Obviously, you are then removing the buff of the Salamander, but swings and roundabouts.
You can retreat. The guard has been suppressed, though, right? It's not return to hand, it's just regular retreat.
It's return to hand. That guy.
Oh, it is return to hand. So
It's
next
just
turn.
straight up send to hand, so you get to regard, which is not really what you want. Here we see Land Girl starting to generate some draw. But again, you don't need draw, you need to be combating what's on the board. Right now is a Salamander, and you need to be ending this game. I mean, either healing or ending the game, because you are on a clock, and Hatchery is getting closer to being able to bounce your unit and hit your HQ on the same turn. And we see
Every Salamander.
clearing the blasts, because there's too many of them. We need to draw cards. MI5 is a good find. Really gonna slow 66 Better's game down. Top 66 finding any outs. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's brutal. It's so...
There's a dangerous moment there. You can't take Gordon's down too much because of that breakthrough. That breakthrough could cause a nightmare if it was able to take out the Gordons.
It is a bad time to be a Tommy. The friendly fire is ridiculous.
We got 5 of 7.
Yeah, it's close, but it's not quite there. But we could also put down the Panzer Grenadiers, go for the bounce, put down the SDKFZ, and then go for the breakthrough. Move everything up. So you can't go for the Scorching Sun, but you're not really going to reach the point where you can do a bunch of stuff and the Scorching Sun. Alternatively, you can go for the SD, go for the Scorching Sun, and go for the breakthrough as well, and just go for a basic trade. I believe you should trade the Salamander. You should trade the Salamander here, because that will, heal itself effectively.
You still get your 5 out of 7 damage to face.
5, but you've not
and now
damaged
one Salamander hit will win the game. Can you heal? Can you guard against this one Salamander? Can you figure out an out here? Enzans would be really nice. The special unit, not leftmost. Ooh, and the bond cost. And Monty.
Yeah, but even if you...
And there's the Enzans. We found it. We're at 4.
We can Panzer Grenadier bounce our tank, which is 1 extra point of damage. Not quite enough yet, but it's really close. You got to kill this tank.
Got the blast for it in hand.
Yeah, it's just whether he thinks he's safe and saves the blast. But I do think you need to. Huh?
Blast zone. Can he use infantry
did he-
brigade?
Why did he self blast?
I don't know.
Why not kill the unit?
That'll be a draw, but does he want the...
Move up the SD, play the Panzer IIA. If you find your combined arms, that's lethal.
Yeah. You're still doing half the damage anyway. It's fast
would have been
signs.
lethal.
It would have been lethal.
Oh, that is tragic. Not able to find the lethal, but if you played that SD, moved it up, and then gone for it, it would have been exactly lethal, credit-wise and damage-wise.
We'll see if that
Yeah.
comes back to haunt Hachi.
It's unlikely. Let's be real here. It's pretty unlikely to haunt them.
It's pretty unlikely.
Gonna...
But 66 gonna play to all his
yeah.
outs, gonna search through everything.
But Hachi is gonna be able to take this. You would need 2 guards. 1 to get bounced. 1 for the salamander.
Another Z special unit. Imagine if we had more players with Warunga.
Yeah, needed more Warramunga. You'd been healing there. You'd have been healing a lot. And Hachi takes game 2. But if history has told us anything, that is bad news for Hachi, as the reverse sweep has been...
where 66 wants him.
Now, just needs one win on a Brit control deck, which is very, very doable for Hachi to become the full champion. Get a hefty part of the prize pool. Here we go. Potentially the last game.
Big choices here in our mulligan. A lot of things coming to a head here at the finals of the tournament. 66 playing for his life. Hachi really wants to close this out. Mustang not a card for that, not at this point. And 66 will get to go first and start with a 1-drop tank. Not a bad start whatsoever.
Now, Hachi gonna try and secure themselves a
Oh
third
no,
win.
66 drawing first and
Oh.
home on a
And,
natural draw. That is
yeah.
unfortunate. In the mulligan.
Now, for the record, Hachi Man has won 2 events this year already. This would be Hachi's 3rd win. Able to win the winter and spring tournaments, and now trying for autumn. Wasn't able to pick up summer. I think you'll be happy
Home
with.
guard,
I think 2 out of 4 tournament victories is.
nice. Yeah,
I'd be happy.
not quite the Grand Slam sweep, but I mean,
Well,
an
it gives
insane
you
year.
it gives you space to improve next year. If you win it all, there's no room. There's no more up
Yeah,
to
you
go. You
got
can
to
only go
retire.
down. Tiger Moth is a good find. However, with suppression being about, you kind of want to play it and hit on the same turn. You kind of don't want to be using it proactively. But you know, turn 4, if you don't do something, 66 better is just going to they're just going to pop the front and homeland. So you kind of feel like, I want to do something to slow this front and homeland down, but I kind of actually just don't have anything I can do. So maybe it would just be a blast and taking out this Panzer, as Blitz is pretty terrifying in this deck. You really don't want to let these Heinz decks have Blitz. Looks like the Tiger Moth will be the option. Make a
Just making a
4/4.
big garrison.
That is a big garrison, but that does mean the front of homeland is very easily playable.
Yeah, and as long as Moth is alive, we are spacing out HQ, which gives Heinz a runway to smack you down.
I was surprised that there was priority guarding the 1/1, but I suppose it's just to prevent the Nashube triggers, because you don't like giving the Nashube free triggers.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of...
not really truly at risk yet at 20.
No, but it is only a matter of time.
Enemies could be okay, but not great. Shuffle hand.
Got to be the retreat, surely.
Yeah, with the same name, especially with so many KFC packs.
Do we need the blast?
Floating
Just
around.
smack it with the Moth.
Yeah.
Moth that man.
People get a little too accustomed maybe, but it does allow you to task force, so
That must have been the 3/3.
We're allowed to grab a Scorching Sun.
Yeah. People only snap it when it is. Now we're going to see Front and Homeland continuing to be such a dominant card, and we're going to see why. I believe that they're going to continue here. Is just, which draw option do you go with? Gonna go with the Prolonged Siege.
Makes sense. Yep. We'll get that out of the way now. 2 Eratos is not what he wanted out of that.
Doesn't play anything.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't
I
play anything.
expected to at least play the tank without Blitz.
Hachi draws into his board clears.
Yeah.
They're going to be a little expensive here for a little bit.
I'm surprised to not see the one that doesn't have Blitz coming out. You put that down, and then you can potentially draw big cards next turn and do a lot of damage.
Chooses to Monty not the KFC, but instead the regular little draw Panzer, which is also sort of interesting. I'm thinking about pushing up. Here come the bombers, really setting up our +3/+3.
Look at them. They're moving.
What can 66 better do about this? The Eratos will be helpful. More helpful than we thought they would be, right? If we're going to go with a bunch of big bombers.
Yeah, but we
The
do
Eratos
need...
are suddenly going to be a lot more relevant. But yeah, it's not a solution, just a time delay.
We need to clear space. We only have 1 spot available.
Yeah, might as well Erato first. Get ourselves an order here.
Considering going for the trade.
No, yeah, go for the Hund.
Yeah, and you can operate it again. So when you go for this Lotus Vard, you can double push to the front line. That gives you 2 spaces. You can chuck down 2 vehicles. There will be these 2 tanks coming down. And doesn't worry about discarding the Eratos. It's actually freeing up hand space for the Enigmas. So not worried about that in the slightest.
But unknowingly,
here it comes.
Are we playing into some giant bombers now? We can't run them at the same turn. So Hachiman immediately, yeah, pretty much thinking with the thunderstorm.
Yeah.
To come down.
You kind of need to find. You kind of need to find an order that you can use to activate wave after wave.
Yeah, and it's.
But if you don't kill the draw tank in the back, you've got to kill the draw tank in the back, surely, or you're just dead. Oh, there's going to be so much damage coming through this turn. I haven't done the maths, but there might be lethal here because there is going to be a lot of cards being drawn, and every drawn card is 2 damage.
The problem is he needs 2 to then run the attack, so we would have been at 4, 5, 6 just for the actions alone, and plus with the stuff in the front line.
I know, but the amount of damage it's going to do feels like it must have been worth it just to pop the Enigma and go for huge damage rather than getting a big infantry in the front line. I personally, the line I see, you hit with the Panzer, the 0 operation cost Panzer, move it to the front line, then you go for the Enigma, move up this tank. You're going to be doing a ridiculous amount of damage. You can even play this other SD just to clear hand space. And personally, I just like the idea of cashing in a huge amount of damage. It may have even been lethal. I did not do the maths. But
Is it
Hatchie
plus 2
is
per card draw? Because it
plus
would have
2
been.
per draw.
I believe it would have been plus 12 then. So I think
But
you
it gets
still would
plus
not have
2
quite had lethal.
naturally just for the turn.
Well,
It's
it's
still gonna
available
be
here.
game. Yeah.
It's available here no matter what. 66 better, staving off elimination here. Starting the march to reverse sweep town
It's
to see
been
all of his reverse sweep friends.
I mean, it's been the story really, so we'll see if 66 Better can continue it.
Both players been gone through a pretty grueling and arduous tournament so far, so just throwing in.
I am the walrus.
Right back into their next match.
Saw the walrus, couldn't help myself.
The Beatles are forced onto British children that they develop tics, verbal tics. 66, really thinking about it. Of course, 5th Ohio is here to be played on curve, as per usual. Dingo start. We've seen plenty of Dingo starts, all of which have been pretty nice. And then Infantry Battalion, a perfect counter to that. But of course, we're going right into Coast Watchers. We're going right into Gales. Thunderstorm, not too bad, but probably not the deck for it. Coast Watchers right back. Taking a long time to decide between the weather choices here. Thinking about a gale. Yep, thinking about a gale. He'll get big cyclone, 3 damage random for the thunderstorm.
Now, now we get to the sort of stage in the game where you're trying to set up these big buffs. What units am I putting down and when? I'd be tempted just to go for this tropical storm, honestly.
Instead, he sings to your heart.
Sings to my heart.
Gets the Scorching Sun. I believe that was 3-3.
Mummy, can we go outside? No. Listen to the Beatles. That's what it was like. Pick a favorite.
I think that's a Pink Floyd song in and of itself.
Who's your favorite?
My favorite Beatle?
Yeah, there's only one right answer.
Ringo.
Yeah, of course. Ringo. Can we sing the song about the octopus now, guys? It's the only right answer.
I saw someone recently call a group of people British Simpson millennials, and I am also a huge Simpson guy, so it struck me even without the British part. But I was like, nailed him.
I love The Simpsons.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, it's one of my joys is The Simpsons.
Simpsons and blue jeans. That's what we gave. That's what we gave the world.
Bake them away, toys. All right, we have a game. We have a tournament. This could be the last game of the tournament. And now Hachi is in a pretty decisive point in the game. You've got the 2 second in hand, the pioneers to buff up your board. You also have the 85 pioneer company. But if you don't take enough action, 66 better is going to run away with the game and just unload so many units down, especially with the Wrath Wars from 66 better as well, reducing the operation cost from these cards. Yeah, a nice trade. And I'm concerned that 66 better doesn't have a good answer for these Scorching Suns. What do you do against a +3/+3 on the whole board?
Against a suddenly reliable stream of sunny days, of scorching sunny days. '66 thinking his turn out here. He's got a Sullivan's option. He has a Seahawk option, which is semi-interesting. Yep. We'll Hawk, we'll US Ace. I don't know what weird Canadian pronunciation they were going with, turning that into like one word earlier. They're calling it like sauce or something. Yos. I don't even know. I didn't like it. US Ace. That's how that's what that card's called.
USauce.
USauce.
I don't know. I always called it USAC with like a hard like USAC.
Those are all crazy.
Yeah, but it's an American card. I now follow your lead.
Yeah, US Ace. That's how. If you're not gonna do USAC, which well, I can understand.
Yeah,
quite a mouthful to read the whole abbreviation. I will probably lose this fight. Jaking's gonna come up with a Wikipedia article that's how like that's how the U.S. World War II soldiers pronounced it or something. I'll get owned. Another one in the hand. Another US Ace in the hand. Patent in the hand. Not much that we can really do with Patent quite yet. Been an option for a long time, but there really hasn't been a great use for it. Of course, it only takes Yorktown for Patent to become an incredible combo play. Really limiting the amount of width that Hachiman's able to build with the board, which then certainly makes big board buffs not as great. So 66 better doing a pretty good job of playing around Hachiman's outs, or what he might presume them to be.
Hachi still has a lot of gas.
Oh, got a beautiful RNG there.
What you like to see?
Of course, he did have the blast coming no matter what, so there was certainly a contingency plan if the damage went a little differently, which really covered his bases. I think there was only one true terrible outcome there.
I'm still just concerned that the moment this Scorching Sun drops, that 66 better is going to be in a world of pain. But we are getting closer to the professionals coming out. And, if you can get the professionals destruction trigger and draw 2 to 3 units, that can be game changing. You don't need that many cards to make it worth it. You just need a few of them.
Sullivan's will allow us to knock something off the board, which is nice. Yeah, okay. I was thinking, getting a dingo also really nice. I gotta imagine Thunderbolt and Coast Watchers are both gonna come down. Another dingo, so we could put
just keep going.
The damage back on top. Yeah, keep dingoing. There we go. We're dingoing. Just makes too much sense.
Professionals, Coast Watchers as well. Is this a real... I mean, do you play the Coast Watchers or do you move up? I'd be tempted to move up as well.
Yeah, I would have been really tempted to move up, but if you don't have a weather pattern coming in for the next turn, then this could be super, super useful.
You are going to see, though, Surely you're going for the wave after wave. Surely you're not blasting a dingo. Surely you're going for the scorching sun.
Very interesting. I would have to. I mean, I guess because you're not killing the 2 units in the back line.
Did they think? Because they seemed to hesitate then. They did. Oh, they played the 0k card with the
Yeah,
pioneers.
they wasted the pioneers buff. They wasted
the
a pioneers buff. 0 dropped to 0 because it can't drop to
that's
-1,
rough
obviously.
to see.
But like, if you're not going for the scorching sun play, well, I can imagine it. I can imagine you biting that bullet to play wave after wave. But like, if you're not playing wave after wave, then it truly could probably only be considered a mistake.
It's a mistake, because if you are playing wave after wave, then you have to hit the unit that doesn't have 1 health because it dies anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no way in which it's
you knew
not
where the 4 damage was going.
Simply a blunder.
Yeah, bit of a misconsideration. Yeah, absolutely. No stranger to a gameplay mistake myself. But you like to keep them out of a tournament finals for sure.
Yeah, I prefer making them off stream.
Yeah, and as Jaking said during the last reverse sweep, that both play like I forget which player, but they were up against quite a lot. But there was also just some looseness to their play that would have perhaps changed the tide as well.
The mass retreat actually being uber effective, able to re-trigger the Coast Watchers as well as send back a lot of Hatchies buffed up board. It's got to feel pretty bad if you're Hatchie.
Just drop both 70 brigades and move on. Is it the correct term? No, but it's nice. I was gonna say we're probably gonna plan if we're doing Pioneer. Gotta imagine we're gonna save a credit somewhere. Don't do the blast again. Throw one of the plans down. All right. Learning from our lessons. Very good. Nope. All right, that makes sense too.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine if you're doing it that way.
Yes, absolutely. But now that makes the other wave after wave play even maybe more significant. But just no 2 Coast Watchers to contend with for now.
Now we see Sullivan's and Walrus coming out, just going to buff up the board a little bit, still trying to create some space for the professionals. Ideally, you want Hatchie to push up a huge unit, big threat in the front line, and then you can instantly trigger the professionals. Going to retreat the Coast Watch, just wants to keep triggering it. I mean, really, if you can get 2 Coast Watchers, that's when it's ideal, because you can retreat both of them just for the 0 credits, actually.
Yeah, really start to cheese the amount of weather patterning that you can control.
Windy days. Now we see
a single 70th out.
Yeah. I'd be tempted. Professionals in the front line. It's a big beefy boy. Just get a professionals in the front line. He's huge.
Just call the professionals. Sorry, Bubbles on an infomercial. He is available. I'm his agent. I do take 10%.
What's that for? What are you selling me?
To find you American voiceover work for commercials. That's what I'm saying.
We had autoglass repair, autoglass replace. Did you have that?
No, I don't think so.
That was a classic.
Ours is Safe Flight, and they do the same song though. Safe Flight repair, Safe Flight replace. So probably just a branding.
Who was the original? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I'm sure it's the same company, just operating under 2 different names in 2 different places. But reusing the song is bold.
We also had Go Compare with the guys singing. That was very popular.
Considering 70th Brigade now. Getting
the
it down with a
formidable
formidable.
is big.
Yep, that'll be a nice board clear. Into plan, and again, oh yeah, into
Ooh.
Mustang.
It's
We
good.
did already use the sunny day, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to have another one. 66 better saying, I don't die, just fade away. It doesn't matter how many times you take the front line.
I mean, I'd rather do neither. It looks like 66 better is going to keep trying, keep fighting.
Oh, a buffed Coast Watch here. We're going right back.
Going to be going for a Gale. We'll be able to take out the 70th. That's very nice. Oh, the pings are not going where you needed. Both hitting the Pioneer, which will survive. Highly, highly unfortunate.
Yeah, but just like that, pushed back into not having a board once again.
Now, at what point are we popping? I was gonna say I'm tempted to throw out the Mustang and then retreat my own Mustang. But also, Mustang here would be a pretty solid play. You do also have the option, going for the land girls, drawing some cards, trying to find a bit more pressure. That's some good pressure. Cheshire plus 70th puts a difficult.
Absolutely.
Once
It's also good to go for weather cyclone
Yeah.
though. Interesting as well that we seem to be off of the buffs now, maybe trying to find bits of face damage that we can combine with a Mustang hit or two to tie these loose ends down.
You said buffs and I got flashbacks.
Storm, pretty nice.
Absolutely.
Oh, and that Seahawk is going to muddy up the waters as well.
It certainly will. And remember, actually, no Meteor has to win this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and it really feels like if he had a Meteor in this deck, he might be favored for the rest of this match. So that is certainly an interesting choice.
I think you got to try and take out this Seahawk as quickly as possible, right? It's gonna.
Yeah, I would have thought the same thing, but it looks like we're going. The Garrison obviously can't ping with the Seahawk out, but Cheshire can get 1 out of 2 damage.
Your weather card kills it, doesn't it? It does 2 damage, then 1 damage. Because obviously it gets reduced by 1 each time.
So it would just do 2-1.
Yeah, which will kill it. Gonna go for the Mustang. Three cards, discard 1. Has a great hand of options. And get rid of one of the defense battalions. Just gonna get the Tiger Cat down.
Tiger Cat is going to do work, but it is going to be a little slow.
I think
so. Now we wonder.
Damage. I think we got quite a bit of bond damage. So if we're going for the coastal, we can't really go for it because we will just take too much. Start really triggering ourselves down with bond.
We're already getting the pings. It's getting a bit dangerous.
3 damage from pings, 5 damage available on board, plus another 3 damage from this weather card. Tropical storm.
Yeah, we've got another task force to look for a bit more weather to maybe close it out. I was gonna say we gotta go Gale here. And 2 damage to all enemies on the cyclone.
Just gotta start hitting face. It's the place. Oh, sorry, I thought that was the damage tropical storm. That is arguably even better.
Yeah, that is so good.
Down
now your answer's gone. The ping damage. Hachiman with the tournament championship in his sight. Dingo is a terrible draw.
I mean, this is all pretty terrible. And that looks like
game. I don't know how 66 answers the Mustang, and Cyclone is going to close it out. And that's even if that's assuming that he has a way to take care of Cheshire.
That's got to be it, right? There's no way of dealing with Cheshire and the front line. There's just too much going on. Yankee Doodle
Yeah.
Doo.
66 better with a very respectable scoop, and Hachiman with another tournament championship. Did we just say it was 3 out of 4? Is that now 4 out of 5?
No, 3 out of 4 with this one.
3 out of 4 with this
This
one.
makes 3 out of 4.
Extremely impressive numbers.
Dominant. Just simply
Yeah, an
dominant.
extremely
Dominating
impressive
the
run.
scene.
One man could stop the sea of reverse sweeps, and it was the Hachiman.
It was the Hachi man. Congratulations to Hachi. Let's take another look at the bracket and see what our final standings were. Then I believe after that we will be saying goodbye, but be sure to tune in for the ongoing events. There will be tournaments every season: winter, summer, autumn, so on, or fall for the Americans. And just make sure to always keep an eye out for those, as you'll get to see the best players using the newest cards from each expansion and showing off what can be done with it, how to play it. So we saw Henry versus Sai advanced. GG Master versus 66 Better. 66 Better advanced there, was able to 3-2 against Sai and go to the finals. On the lower side, we had KARDS versus So Blue. So Blue was able to advance. Then Hachi versus Cian. Hachi also advanced and was able to go to the finals. We then saw a bronze place match where it was Sai against So Blue, which was a close 3-2, but Sai was just able to take that. And then in the finals, Hachi Man was able to break the 3-2s today and claim themselves a first place victory. 66 Better getting second place on the podium. Excellent plays today, some really good stuff. A lot of fun. Thank you to our co-casters who are behind the scenes now. Thank you to our production team for pressing all sorts of buttons and doing, frankly, I think they're wizards, and it just seems all like magic to me, but it seems to work. And thank you to the viewers for watching, and thank you, Thanatron, for co-casting with me. And I believe that's all from us, and we will catch you guys in the future.